Chapter 3341. That kid is really stupid. As a human cultivator, he actually chose to fight with Huang Yandao's physical body. Is he tired of living? So he wants to die quickly? A cultivator mocked. He felt that Lin Feng's choice to fight Huang Yandao in close combat was no different from courting death. It's not what you think. Lin Feng's physical body is also extremely strong, unlike other human cultivators who have weak physical bodies. A cultivator said, but no matter how strong his physical body is, it's impossible for him to fight against Huang Yandao's physical body because Huang Yandao's physical body can be petrified. Once petrified, it will become extremely terrifying. Almost no one can stop it. Then, another cultivator said, indeed, once Huang Yandao's physical body is petrified, it's indeed terrifying. Another cultivator said, bang! Accompanied by a dull collision sound, the petrified Huang Yandao collided with Lin Feng's five-fold dragon elephant arm. Then, everyone saw a scene that shocked them to the core and even made them unable to believe their eyes. After the two of them collided, Huang Yandao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Ugh! Huang Yandao couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Crack, crack! At the same time, the arm which had collided with Lin Feng's attack was also broken. Even the white bones were exposed. The eerie white bones emitted a sinister and terrifying feeling. It made one's heart tremble. The surroundings were silent. There was no more sound. Everyone's eyes widened. Their eyeballs almost popped out. These cultivators, they thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be a match for Huang Yandao in a physical battle. However, the result was completely different from what they had imagined. Lin Feng was completely fine. On the other hand, Huang Yandao was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. Even one of his arms was broken. Shock in everyone's hearts. They were all deeply shocked. The battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was truly unparalleled and unparalleled. His battle strength was unparalleled. No, this can't be true. This can't be true. Huang Yandao couldn't accept this at all. When he first met Lin Feng, Huang Yandao despised Lin Feng so much. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. But now, regardless of whether it was a showdown of dermic powers or divine arts, or perhaps it was a battle of physical strength, he had failed miserably. How could Huang Yandao accept this? Huang Yandao was an extremely conceited person. Now, he had been defeated so miserably. This was even more unbearable for Huang Yandao than if he had been killed. But now, Huang Yandao knew that his defeat was certain. He was completely powerless to resist Lin Feng. Stay. In the end, only death awaited them. As such, Huang Yandao turned around and rushed outside, wanting to escape. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's too late to leave now. I said I would kill you, so I will kill you today." Lin Feng's words were incomparably domineering. It was an unquestionable tone. It was an incomparable confidence in himself. He said he would kill anyone. He would kill anyone. He would not give the other party a chance. Boundless domineering aura was unleashed once more, heading straight for the fleeing Huang Yandao. Bang! The attack landed on Huang Yandao's body. Huang Yandao was sent flying. Barf! He spat out another mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. "Lin Feng, are you really going to kill me? If you don't kill me, I swear that I will never be your enemy again. And I can guarantee that our Golden Saint Lion clan will never be your enemy again. How about it?" Huang Yandao couldn't help but shout. Lin Feng sneered. "Humph. So what if you're from the Golden Saint Lion clan? I'll kill you today. If anyone from the Golden Saint Lion clan comes to avenge you, that'll be even better. When the time comes, I'll kill one if one comes." If two come, I'll kill two. They'll die a horrible death. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, which was filled with boundless killing intent, the surrounding cultivators all felt a surge of emotions. They all wanted to be like Lin Feng, who could kill without hesitation. I'll fight you to the death. When Huang Yandao realized that he couldn't escape, his face contorted. He wanted to gather his dermic powers and activate a powerful mystique to fight to the death with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't give Huang Yandao the chance to do so. Lin Feng had already moved forward and arrived beside Huang Yandao. Then he threw a punch at Huang Yandao. Huang Yandao's expression was extremely ugly. He had no choice but to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The two sides collided once more. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking rang out once more. This time, Huang Yandao's other arm was also broken by Lin Feng. Ah! Huang Yandao screamed. Previously, he was so majestic and awe-inspiring, and he had been looking at Lin Feng with a condescending attitude. He was incomparably contemptuous of Lin Feng, but now he was severely injured by Lin Feng's attack. It was simply an extreme contrast. Die with me! Huang Yandao went crazy when he realized that he couldn't fight back against Lin Feng at all. Moreover, his hope of escaping was completely cut off. His body began to swell. It was like blowing up a balloon. His body was getting bigger and rounder. Anytime, anywhere. It was as if he was about to explode. After seeing this scene, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal an incomparably shocked expression. The powerful Huang Yandao. Now, he was actually forced to the extent of self-destruction. Self-destruction? In your next life. You won't have this chance in this life. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. He reached out his hand and gently pointed at Huang Yandao. Suddenly, dense runes flew out. 8 seals of God. The supreme sealing technique passed down from the celestial master sect. This sealing technique was simply a work of art that excelled nature. Dense runes surged out. Those runes connected together and turned into a series of sealing divine runes. Those sealing divine runes directly wrapped around Huang Yandao's body. All of a sudden, Huang Yandao's inflated body actually began to recover as before. No, why is it like this? Huang Yandao roared in disbelief. He revealed an incomparably terrified expression because he found out he didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. It wasn't until now that Huang Yandao knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. He was simply like a demon. Huang Yandao, let me search your soul and see what kind of powerful divine ability you've cultivated. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. Then Lin Feng's right hand grabbed Huang Yandao's head and then performed the soul-searching technique. Ah! Huang Yandao screamed in pain. Then he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. There was a soul restriction in Huang Yandao's mind. If someone searched Huang Yandao's soul, or Huang Yandao betrayed his family's secrets, the soul restriction could sense it. Then, the soul restriction was activated. Huang Yandao was instantly scared out of his wits. Just now, Lin Feng performed the soul-searching technique on Huang Yandao, so the soul restriction in Huang Yandao's mind was activated. Chapter 3342. Lin Feng had taken the source and storage ring of Huang Yandao. Then, he coldly swept his gaze around and said with an indifferent expression, "Is there anyone else who wants to die?" Around, there was complete silence. No one dared to stand out and make an enemy out of Lin Feng. The battle prowess that Lin Feng had displayed had deeply shocked everyone present, even though the human-shaped precious medicine had been taken away by Lin Feng. However, now, everyone had accepted their fate. because they wanted to snatch the human-shaped precious medicine from Lin Feng's hands. It was simply impossible for something like that to happen. The rest of the people dispersed. Then, they continued to look for opportunities. There were many courtyards and many treasures stored in each courtyard. Finally, many cultivators came to the deepest part of this ancient house. It was a huge purple bamboo forest. It was surrounded by rays of purple light. It looked very sacred. Many cultivators stopped outside to watch, but they did not enter the purple bamboo forest, because everyone felt that such a place, it would definitely not be simple. Suddenly, at this moment, the sound of the zither rang out. When they heard the sound of the zither, Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The sound of the zither rose in spirals. However, how could there be the sound of the zither here? Not only was Lin Feng shocked, everyone was extremely shocked. There shouldn't be any living beings in the Stone State's imperial capital. Now, the sound of the zither rang out. It was too strange. This made everyone extremely puzzled, not understanding where the sound of the zither came from. The purple bamboo forest is indeed extraordinary, a cultivator said, wanting to explore the purple bamboo forest. Then, cultivators began to enter the purple bamboo forest one after another. The purple light lingered within the purple bamboo forest, so the situation inside the purple bamboo forest was not very clear. The first batch of cultivators that entered the purple bamboo forest did not make any sound. This caused many people to become restless, because if those people were in danger, there would definitely be some movement. However, now there was no movement at all. Didn't that mean those people, he didn't encounter any danger? If he didn't encounter any danger, could it be that he had encountered an opportunity? Thinking of this, more and more people were unable to continue waiting outside. Let's go in and take a look, many cultivators said. Then, he also entered the purple bamboo forest. Lin Feng also entered the purple bamboo forest. After entering this place, Lin Feng felt that there was something wrong with the purple bamboo forest. However, Lin Feng couldn't tell what was wrong. So much so that Lin Feng once thought that it was just an illusion. The group of people walked towards the interior of the purple bamboo forest. Soon after, everyone saw the first batch of cultivators that entered the purple bamboo forest, and those cultivators all stood in place. He was motionless. No one knew what they were doing. What happened? Let's go and take a look. Everyone felt puzzled. Then, they walked towards the first batch of cultivators. When they arrived at the side of the first group of cultivators, everyone realized that these people's eyes were wide open. His body was motionless. It was as if he had lost control of his body. Someone reached out and touched a cultivator next to him. Instantly, that cultivator's body turned into ashes. After seeing this scene, a horrified expression appeared on everyone's face. What exactly happened? Why did this cultivator turn into ashes with just a light touch? Everyone's expression became extremely solemn. This was because this place was simply too strange. The other cultivators also reached out to touch the cultivators closer to them. A terrifying scene appeared. Those cultivators were all turned into ashes. Everyone's expression became extremely gloomy. Originally, everyone thought that these people had encountered an opportunity and didn't make any movements in the purple bamboo forest. In fact, they were collecting the treasures here. But after entering, they found out that these cultivators had already suffered a calamity. It was just that everyone didn't know how these cultivators suffered a calamity. What exactly happened to them? It was truly puzzling. This place is too strange. Let's retreat. Some cultivators said, unwilling to stay in the purple bamboo forest any longer. This was because the purple bamboo forest gave them a bone-chilling feeling. This place was indeed very dangerous. However, a place like this, perhaps there were some amazing opportunities hidden here. Therefore, many cultivators didn't want to leave and planned to continue exploring this place. The cultivators who were planning to leave gathered together and walked out. There was strength in numbers. If they really encountered danger, so many people gathered together, it would be easier to deal with. There were a total of more than 30 cultivators who planned to leave. They walked outside together. "It's foggy," Lin Feng said. At this time, purple fog appeared in the purple bamboo forest, blocking everyone's sight. Those cultivators who left didn't go too far, but Lin Feng and the others could no longer see them. Those people's traces were covered by the fog. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Then, that voice stopped abruptly. Something happened. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Something must have happened. Otherwise, such a shrill voice wouldn't have been heard. Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed towards the place where the scream came from. When they arrived at that place, they discovered it was exactly the same as what they saw before. More than 30 cultivators all stood in place, motionless. "Will they also turn into ashes?" a cultivator said with a trembling voice. Then, he reached out and gently touched the body of a cultivator next to him. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the previous cultivators. The body of the cultivator who was touched was instantly reduced to ashes. This kind of death again. What exactly is hidden in this place? It actually allowed so many people to die in such a strange way. Many cultivators' voices trembled. The current situation could be said to be panicking. Isn't this Zhang Yao? This person is a great emperor. Now, he also died here? At this time, a cultivator pointed at a motionless cultivator and said aloud. Someone then reached out and touched the great emperor named Zhang Yao. The great emperor's body directly turned into ashes. Oh my God! Why did such a thing happen? A great emperor couldn't even resist? Many people said in horror. The situation in front of them was really too terrifying. Anyone who encountered such a situation, they would probably be filled with endless fear. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He carefully observed his surroundings. This purple bamboo forest was indeed very strange. At this moment, Chapter 33:43. Lin Feng's expression changed when he sensed the cold wind blowing in the air. Something wasn't right. He felt like something was about to happen. The two groups of cultivators from before had died mysteriously. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Perhaps it had something to do with the cold wind in front of him. Lin Feng quickly took out the mysterious iron box. This item was extraordinary and could play a key role in crucial moments. Especially now. Something strange was about to happen. Lin Feng felt that the mysterious iron box might be able to protect him. "Everyone, be careful. I feel like something is about to happen," Lin Feng said in a low voice. Many people's expressions changed as they heard that. Following that, many cultivators took out some of their treasures. When they were outside, many people had Buddhist or Taoist treasures on them, because Buddhist and Taoist treasures could ward off evil. These cultivators took out their Buddhist and Taoist treasures to deal with the crisis in front of them. Of course, not everyone had these treasures. The cultivators who didn't have these treasures all had ugly expressions on their faces. At this time, the cold wind was already blowing. Following that, something terrifying happened. One cultivator after another stood motionless where they were, as if their bodies were frozen. "It's here, it's really here." After seeing this scene, many people cried out in horror. Weren't the frozen cultivators in front of them the same as the cultivators from before? After their bodies were frozen, they couldn't move, as if someone had cast a body freezing technique on them. The most horrifying thing was that those people's vitality disappeared in an instant. The others didn't even know how their life force disappeared. The situation in front of them was too shocking. Even though they had Buddhist and Taoist treasures, many cultivators were still trembling. The Buddhist treasures emitted Buddhist light to protect the cultivators. The Taoist magic treasures also emanated sacred light to protect the cultivators there. Those treasures temporarily protected them, but this situation didn't last for long. Not long after, one by one, the magic treasures began to crack. Cracking sounds could be heard one after another. No, no, no. Many cultivators looked at the treasures that were cracking and screamed in horror. Those cultivators wanted those treasures to be restored to their original state. But no one could do that. The speed at which the magic treasures cracked was simply too fast. Bang, 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 soon. One by one, the treasures shattered. They turned into ashes. Everyone's face turned pale with fright. Many people wanted to rush outside. But, however, their bodies were frozen in place. Then, they lost all their life force. Lin Feng reached out and touched a cultivator next to him. The cultivator's body turned into ashes. He frowned. It was exactly as he guessed. These cultivators' deaths were related to the cold wind, and he was able to survive because of the mysterious iron box. The iron box. The dismembered corpses inside had unimaginable origins. Now he had protected Lin Feng. But he didn't choose to leave. I'd like to see what secrets are hidden here. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He carried the mysterious iron box and walked towards the deepest part of the purple bamboo forest. Just now, a cold wind blew out from there. Purple gas rose. There was no sense of mystery. Instead, it was gloomy. In a hazy state, Lin Feng saw a man in purple, a man holding a treasure sword. Now, he was holding a sword with one hand. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Retreat, or die. The man's voice was cold. Swish! With a flash of light, the black dragon sword, the two stone swords, and the heavenly drum flew out. Lin Feng grabbed the heavenly drum. Then he began to knock on it. Heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, unhindered in the world, invincible. The power of the heavenly drum was released. It was truly peerless and terrifying. The heavenly drum summoned the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Endless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals swept through heaven and earth, charging towards the man holding the sword. The power of the heavenly drum was world-shocking. Lin Feng was only able to activate a small portion of the heavenly drum's power. These powerful magic treasure all had matching methods to activate them, and only those methods of activation were mastered. Only then would he be able to fully release the power of these magic treasure. However, Lin Feng had obtained the cultivation method of the Bing mantra. Lin Feng felt that perhaps after he cultivated the Bing mantra, he could use the Bing mantra to activate these magic treasure. At that time, even though he had not grasped the method to activate these magic treasure, however, relying on the wonders of the Bing mantra, the power of these magic treasure should be able to be released. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals formed by the heavenly drum charged towards the other party. At the same time, Black Dragon Sword, the two stone swords also flew out one after another. They charged towards the purple-clothed man. 10,000. Sword. Slash. Immortal. Technique. An ice-cold voice suddenly sounded out. The purple-clothed man's attack collided with Lin Feng's attack. Both sides' attacks were terrifying. It was hard to tell who would win. At this moment, Lin Feng summoned Bibi. Ya! Ya! After Bibi flew out, she immediately cried out in a childish voice. Although Bibi was young, Her battle strength was already incomparably terrifying. He could help Lin Feng. After the little guy came out, he shot out streaks of seven-colored immortal light towards the purple-clothed man. At this moment, the purple-clothed man was being held back by Lin Feng, so Bibi's attack directly landed on the purple-clothed man's body. With a bang, a dull sound of impact was heard. After Bibi's attack landed on the purple-clothed man's body, the purple-clothed man's body directly exploded, deliberately mystifying things. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The purple-clothed man was just an illusion, not a real person. Lin Feng continued to walk towards the depths, while Bibi floated in the air and walked towards the depths with Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the depths. After arriving here, he couldn't help but be shocked, because Lin Feng saw a stone statue. The stone statue sat cross-legged. In the hand of the stone statue, there was actually a bamboo scroll. That bamboo scroll gradually became extraordinary. On it were densely packed golden runes, and the bamboo scroll was surrounded by a golden light. It emitted a mysterious and unfathomable power. There must be something shocking recorded in the bamboo scroll. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just as he was about to rush towards the bamboo scroll, a terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng. That terrifying aura caused Lin Feng's expression to suddenly change. "Who is it?" Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. "You really have a lot of treasures on you." A cold laugh was heard. Then a woman appeared. Chapter 33:44. The woman who appeared here was no one else. It was the mysterious female cultivator from the 10,000 Fiends star region. At such a young age, she actually had the strength of an emperor sect. It was simply unbelievable. "Wow, Big Fatso is here, Big Fatso is here." After seeing this female cultivator, Bibi immediately shouted. When he heard Bei call him Big Fatty again, he was stunned. The female cultivator was so angry that her eyes were spitting fire. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. "It was Bibi who called you Big Fatso. Why are you glaring at me?" Lin Feng couldn't help but say speechlessly. He felt that he was wronged, because Lin Feng didn't think this female cultivator was fat. On the contrary, he felt that this female cultivator belonged to the plump type. Very charming. Women were too thin. It would affect their charm instead. Like master, like pet, this little thing must have been taught badly by you. Such a beautiful and cute pet fell into the hands of a despicable and shameless guy like you and was harmed to such a state. You really deserve to die. The female cultivator said coldly. After Lin Feng heard the female cultivator's explanation, he really wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was really wronged. This kind of injustice. It was really comparable to the snow in June. "Cut the crap. Let's fight to the death." Lin Feng looked coldly at the female cultivator. Then he continued to punch on the sky, drum one after another. Dong, dong, dong. Earth-shaking sounds resounded through the sky. Heavenly soldiers and generals appeared and charged towards the female cultivator. Black dragon sword, 2 stone swords. They also charged towards the female cultivator, one after another. As for Bei, he flew towards the stone statue. Lin Feng and Bibi had a tacit understanding. One of them held the female cultivator back. The other took the bamboo slip. Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded. The female cultivator attacked. She gently slapped out a palm across the void. In an instant, layers of ripples formed in the void. Those waves, it was actually the ripples of the void. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent collisions rang out. The power of the ripples in the void was simply too strong. Lin Feng's magic treasures were all sent flying. Even Lin Feng was blown away by the attack. Bibi, who was flying towards the bamboo slips, was also sent flying. Emperor Ancestor level experts were indeed Emperor Ancestor level experts. His combat prowess was simply too terrifying. "Are you reincarnated?" Lin Feng said in a deep voice. This female cultivator was so young, yet so powerful. Except for the reincarnation of peerless experts, Lin Feng could not think of anyone else who could break through to the Emperor realm at such a young age. So what if I am? So what if he wasn't? In any case, you're about to become a dead man. Once I obtain the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade, I'll suppress you and extract your secrets. That will be the time of your death. The female cultivator said coldly. She walked towards the stone statue. She reached out to grab the bamboo slip in the stone statue's hand. That bamboo slip, it was actually called the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade. From the name, one could tell that the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade was extraordinary. It was just that he didn't know what kind of treasure this Cloud Dream Immortal Jade was. Cloud Dream Immortal Jade. It's mine. Seeing that the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade was about to be in her hands, the female cultivator's face couldn't help but reveal an incomparably excited expression. But at this moment, the stone statue actually opened its eyes, then stood up and sent a palm strike towards the female cultivator. The void shattered, the sky fell, and the earth cracked. The stone statue's attack was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. The female cultivator came a little later, so she didn't see the strange deaths of the cultivators from before. Lin Feng experienced the situation at that time. He knew that time. How dangerous and terrifying was it? Now, the stone statue had actually revived. Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility, an existence that had silently exterminated so many cultivators. Could it be this stone statue in front of him? Perhaps. There was really such a possibility. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. The female cultivator's expression obviously couldn't help but change abruptly. However, she was powerful. Facing the stone statue's attack, her reaction was extremely fast. He slapped the stone statue with his palm. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard. Both sides fiercely bombarded each other. Something amazing happened. The powerful female cultivator was actually defeated. Her whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Wah! In midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong. Lin Feng looked at the stone statue in shock. It was really too terrifying. There was no way to contend with it. He hurriedly looked at Bibi and said, "Go, go, go." The female cultivator was obviously faster, as fast as lightning. She quickly rushed outside. Her injuries were extremely serious, and she was not in the mood to continue fighting. The stone statue didn't chase after the female cultivator, but locked onto Lin Feng. Then it walked towards Lin Feng step by step. F***CK, are you crazy? Why aren't you chasing that woman? Why are you chasing me? Lin Feng couldn't help but say, speechlessly. Logically speaking, this terrifying creature liked to devour the life force of cultivators, so it should first chase after the female cultivator in the Thousand Fiends star field, because that female cultivator was an Emperor Realm expert. Her life force was much stronger than Lin Feng's. The iron box on your back. The stone statue looked at the iron box on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng finally understood why the stone statue didn't chase after the female cultivator. It turned out that it was because of the iron box. What? You know it? Lin Feng looked at the stone statue warily and asked, "I shouldn't be seeing things." The stone statue spoke. He didn't answer Lin Feng, but muttered to himself. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura was emitted from the stone statue's body. The stone statue attacked Lin Feng. It directly attacked Lin Feng with a palm strike. He wanted to kill Lin Feng directly. Then he took the iron box away. Yeah. Bibi saw that Lin Feng was in danger and immediately cried out anxiously. It waved its little claws and released a 7-colored immortal light that swept towards the stone statue. 2 cold rays of light shot out from the stone statue's eyes, directly shattering Bibi's attack. Then, 2 rays of light swept across Bibi's body. Bei screamed miserably as he was sent flying. I want your dog life. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned blood red. He took down the iron box and directly threw it at the stone statue. Bibi was to Lin Feng. It was as if she was his family. Now that Bibi was actually injured by the stone statue, Lin Feng's killing intent was monstrous. Ant, you dare to resist? The stone statue's voice was cold, and its eyes revealed a look of contempt. The momentum of his palm did not decrease. It continued to attack Lin Feng. Bang! The iron box in Lin Feng's hand and the stone statue's palm fiercely collided. Along with the earth-shaking sound of violent collisions, there was an earth-shaking sound. Lin Feng was sent flying. The stone statue was too powerful. It was simply an invincible existence. To fight with such an existence. Chapter 33:45. Despicable. Ant, are you ready to die? That terrifying creature walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He wasn't from the Stone Clan. He was just a stone statue. Yet he possessed such terrifying combat strength. Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. What was the origin of this stone statue? Why was it so terrifying? It was incomprehensible. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he tried to open the mysterious box. Perhaps he could use the corpse in the box to kill this fellow. Crack, crack. Lin Feng opened the mysterious box bit by bit. A terrifying aura spread out from the box. After sensing the terrifying aura coming from the box, the stone statue's expression changed abruptly. Could it be that what's inside is real? The stone statue exclaimed. Clearly, he knew something about the mysterious box. At the very least, he had heard rumors about it. The stone statue sped up. He didn't want Lin Feng to open the mysterious box. When he sensed the aura coming from the box, the stone statue had sensed danger. Thus, he wanted to end the battle quickly and finish off Lin Feng. However, the stone statue couldn't stop Lin Feng in time. Crack, crack! The mysterious box emitted intense grinding sounds. Next, Lin Feng opened the mysterious box. Inside the mysterious box, it contained the mysterious expert's flesh. Even though the body was destroyed, it still emitted an unbearable power. Pooh! Pooh! Lin Feng's body was penetrated by the terrifying power emitted by the flesh. The flesh attacked indiscriminately. It wouldn't stop attacking Lin Feng just because he was the owner of the mysterious box. Of course, Lin Feng was different from others in that he only suffered a small portion of the attack. Perhaps because of the mysterious box, the flesh didn't attack Lin Feng fatally. Otherwise, Lin Feng didn't even know how many times he had died. However, even though he had only suffered a portion of the mysterious iron box's attack, the damage to Lin Feng was still enormous. He had no choice but to activate his immortal divine body. He needed to rely on his immortal divine body to block the mysterious iron box's attack. Or else, he was afraid that only death awaited him. Die! Lin Feng held the opened mysterious iron box with both hands and rushed towards the stone statue. Then it smashed directly at the stone statue. Lin Feng was not worried about the minced meat flying out. The minced meat inside the mysterious iron box was confined by a powerful force. Therefore, the minced meat inside the mysterious metal box would not fly out because of this. After seeing the minced meat inside the mysterious iron box, the stone statue quickly retreated. It was as if he was avoiding snakes and scorpions. His eyes flashed with deep fear. How could that be? How could this be? He kept murmuring these words. He couldn't believe that he had really seen the minced meat. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. With the stone statue's strength, dodging Lin Feng's attack shouldn't be too difficult. However, this time, the stone statue failed. As a result, a very strange power was released from the mysterious iron box. That very strange power directly enveloped the stone statue. The stone statue couldn't avoid it. He had no choice but to resist the mysterious iron box's attack. The chunks of flesh actually trembled slightly. Every piece of minced meat could release an unimaginably terrifying force with a slight tremble. That force directly enveloped the stone statue. Break! The stone statue roared, trying to break the terrifying force that enveloped his body. He threw out 36 punches in a row. However, he still couldn't break the terrifying force that enveloped him. Crack, crack! The stone statue's body began to crack. This was a very terrifying scene. The stone statue was so powerful, but he couldn't resist the force that came from the minced meat. However, in reality, the power of the minced meat wasn't that strong at the moment. If the minced meat completely released the power contained within, it would cause a terrifying lethality. This was unimaginable. I don't want to die like this. The stone statue roared angrily. He was struggling hard. However, he still couldn't change his fate. Crack, crack. His body was still cracking, and the cracks were getting faster and faster. It wasn't easy for me to get a drop of stone man blood. I should have evolved into a perfect stone man. Why did I end up like this? The stone statue roared, extremely unwilling. Originally, he was indeed just a stone statue, but later on, by chance, he gained spiritual awareness. He turned into a stone statue with spiritual awareness. In the ruins of the stone state, he saw a dead stone man. He obtained the stone man blood of that stone man. Since then, he had completed his transformation. He was evolving into a stone man. But now, he couldn't resist the minced meat's attack. All hope was about to vanish into thin air. It was destined to be a fleeting cloud. You brought this upon yourself. Don't even think about getting something that isn't yours. Otherwise, you'll attract a fatal disaster. Lin Feng said coldly. He grabbed the iron box and threw it directly at the stone statue. Clang! The stone statue was once again hit by the iron box. The stone statue was sent flying. Bang! This time, the stone statue's body was completely shattered. I'm really unwilling to accept this. The stone statue's final voice resounded in the purple bamboo forest. Then he died completely. Is the stone man blood still on me? After Lin Feng closed the mysterious iron box, he didn't even have time to heal his injuries before he began to check the shattered stone statue. Finally, he found a drop of stone man blood. This drop of stone man blood contained a terrifying amount of energy. It was extremely precious. If he refined it, he would definitely be able to greatly increase his combat strength. Next, Lin Feng picked up the Cloud Dream Immortal Slip. He carefully studied the runes on it. Vaguely, Lin Feng suddenly sensed that his surroundings had changed. Although he was still in the same purple bamboo forest, he seemed to have appeared in another purple bamboo forest. Immortal energy lingered in the purple bamboo forest. In the depths of the purple bamboo forest, a white-clothed woman floated like a fairy. She held a brush in her hand and wrote something on a bamboo slip. The distance was too far. Lin Feng couldn't see what the woman was writing. Could it be that the Cloud Dream Immortal Slip was written by that fairy? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of a possibility. Then, A shocked expression appeared on his face. The scene in front of him changed again. The celestial being had already disappeared. Lin Feng reappeared in the purple bamboo forest. These runes should be ancient characters. Demon Lord, do you recognize them? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. These are characters from the immortal era. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng was shocked. What ancient characters? Chapter 3346. When Lin Feng heard the Demon Lord's first sentence, he couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. The Stone State's crisis. This meant that when this woman wrote the Cloud Dream Immortal Slip, the Stone State had already encountered a serious crisis. It was even easier to understand that the book's magical power was in the Immortal Slip, because the Stone State was in danger. This woman was worried that some magical powers would be lost, so she wrote them on the Immortal Slip. I want to write 3 Cloud Dream Immortal Slips, each recording 300 magical powers. The Demon Lord continued. Lin Feng was shocked. 3 Cloud Dream Immortal Slips. It was obvious that he had only obtained one of the scrolls. In other words, in addition to the Cloud Dream Immortal Slip in his hand, there were 2 other Cloud Dream Immortal Slips. He just didn't know where the other 2 Cloud Dream Immortal Slips were. This is the first scroll. The Demon Lord continued to read. The first magical power. Great Creation Technique. Great Creation Technique. It's ranked 5th among the 3,000 Great Tao. Lin Feng said in shock. The first magical power was actually one of the 3,000 Great Tao, and it was ranked 5th among the 3,000 Great Tao. The only pity was that Lin Feng had already cultivated this Great Creation Technique. The Demon Lord didn't read the small words below the Great Creation Technique. Those words were all cultivation techniques. The Demon Lord only read the names of the magical powers recorded on the Cloud Dream Immortal Slip. Cloud Dream Immortal Slip. There were a total of 300 magical powers recorded, and they were all 3,000 Great Tao. Among the 300 types of 3,000 Great Tao, there were 18 types of 3,000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had cultivated before. In other words, there were a total of 282 types of 3,000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had never cultivated before. This made Lin Feng wild with joy. Lin Feng lacked 3,000 Great Tao, and he was extremely lacking 3,000 Great Tao. Now Lin Feng could even try to break through to the Great Emperor realm, but he didn't do so. It was because he needed more 3,000 Great Tao. Lin Feng now had a total of 677 types of 3,000 Great Tao, including the 284 types of 3,000 Great Tao. Add them together, a total of 961 types of 3,000 Great Taos. Originally, Lin Feng planned to cultivate at least 1,000 types of 3,000 Great Taos before attempting to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Now, he wasn't too far away from his goal. Lin Feng decided to wait until he had mastered the 3,000 Great Tao skills, then he would try to break through. Of course, he had cultivated several hundred types of the 3,000 Great Taos. It would take quite some time. Lin Feng put away the things and walked outside with Bibi. The little guy was very active. He was curious about everything and kept looking around. Lin Feng took out the jade talisman and continued to search for the next target. There were marks on the jade talisman. They should all have their own opportunities. Therefore, Lin Feng only went to places that were marked. By the time he arrived at the second marked location, blood had already flowed like a river. In the depths, a great battle was still going on, and it was a battle between monarchs. More than a dozen great emperors were involved in the battle. There were many cultivators watching the commotion outside. Lin Feng asked about the situation here and found out. Someone found a complete immortal artifact in the depths. That was definitely a terrifying treasure. Hence, a great battle broke out. First, several waves of cultivators killed each other. Later, even Emperor realm experts were attracted over. The situation here was completely out of control. A group of great Emperor realm experts were locked in a fierce battle. Whoosh whoosh, two bloodstained figures rushed out. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue from the Hundred Joy Pavilion. Lin Feng was quite familiar with the two sisters. This time, the two sisters joined forces to obtain that mysterious immortal artifact and failed to break through. They quickly flew into the distance. Chase, don't let these two escape. More than a dozen great emperors chased after them in exasperation. Immortal artifacts were too precious, and it was a complete immortal artifact. That made it even more precious. One had to know that the materials were hard to find. Many great emperors didn't even have emperor weapons, not to mention immortal artifacts that surpassed emperor weapons. The preciousness of immortal artifacts couldn't be described with words. Its usefulness to a cultivator was immeasurable. No wonder so many great emperors chased after the Su sisters like crazy. The opportunity here had been taken by someone else. Lin Feng continued to head to the location of the next opportunity. It was still the location marked on the Jade Talisman. When Lin Feng arrived, the battle here had just ended. Someone had snatched the opportunity here. There were two more locations marked on the Jade Talisman. When Lin Feng arrived at the fourth location, he was surprised. The situation was exactly the same as the previous two locations. The opportunities at these two locations had already been snatched away. Lin Feng and Bibi headed to the fifth location. This location was in the deepest part of the Stone State's imperial capital. It seemed to be the imperial city within the Stone State's imperial capital. That was where the former ruler of the Stone State lived. They didn't walk far before the sky began to darken. The Stone State's imperial capital was gloomy at night. Because the Stone State's imperial capital was too big, the streets were silent. The shadow was very long, until a mysterious thumping sound rang out. Ghosts. Bibi stretched out her snow-white little paw and pointed in a direction. Lin Feng looked over and saw a group of armed and armored soldiers walking over. Bei was a very timid little fellow. She was so scared that she trembled. She immediately hid in the mountain river ring and didn't come out again. Are they Yin soldiers? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Who knew how many people had died in a place like this? Even if there were Yin soldiers, Lin Feng wouldn't find it strange. He didn't pay attention to the passing soldiers. Instead, he continued to head deeper into the city. There weren't many cultivators that could be seen at night. Lin Feng guessed that many cultivators were probably hiding, because the Stone State's imperial capital was indeed quite strange at night. Lin Feng saw a woman appear in front of him. She had a graceful figure. She walked, swaying gently. Although he didn't see what she looked like, Lin Feng felt that she was definitely a peerless beauty. Fairy, the night is long. Don't you feel lonely, empty, and cold walking alone on this quiet street? This humble one can be the flower protector. Lin Feng said. He had always been this carefree. When he saw a beautiful woman, even if he didn't have any special relationship with her. But Lin Feng also wanted to see what she looked like. Any man. They all liked to see beautiful women, because seeing a beautiful woman, perhaps a bad mood, would become a good mood. But the woman didn't answer Lin Feng. She continued to walk forward and then entered the street on the left. At this time, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. The Stone State's imperial capital was too quiet at night. Traces of grayish-brown gas filled the air. the entire Stone State's imperial capital was deathly silent. It was as if it had turned into a city of death. Chapter 3347. Maybe it really isn't suitable to move outside at night. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was a little uneasy. The Stone State's imperial capital might be more complicated than he had imagined. Lin Feng decided to find a place to rest. There were many ancient residences in the Stone State's imperial capital, but not all of them were suitable for resting. Some of the ancient residences were very terrifying, hiding great dangers and dangers. Entering one of them was very likely to be met with disaster. Lin Feng chose an ancient residence, then pushed the door open and entered. Then he closed the door of the ancient residence. The ancient residence wasn't particularly big, but it was well preserved. After arriving here, Lin Feng felt the aura of a cultivator, although the other party hid it very well. But it still couldn't hide it from Lin Feng. That aura was emitted from the living room. After Lin Feng entered the living room, he found that there was no one there. He said with a faint smile, "Fairies, we're old acquaintances. Why are you still so cautious?" It turned out that the two cultivators hiding here were none other than the sisters Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue. Lin Feng was very familiar with Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue's aura. When he sensed that someone was here, Lin Feng already knew that it was the two of them. Not long ago, Lin Feng remembered it very clearly. After Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue obtained the immortal artifact, they broke out of the encirclement and escaped. More than 10 great emperors chased after the two sisters. It seemed that they hadn't left the Stone State's imperial capital. Perhaps they felt that there were other opportunities in the Stone State's imperial capital, so they didn't want to leave so soon. Or maybe it was because they were injured. It wasn't good to leave now. Of course, it could be both reasons. We didn't guard against Lin Gongzi. We were just worried that someone else would come here later. Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue walked out of the inner hall. Su Jiaomei continued. She was still as charming and flirtatious as before. But now, her face was a bit pale. It was obvious that she hadn't recovered from her previous injuries. Su Jiaoyue's situation was similar to Su Jiaomei's. "I really didn't expect to meet young master here. Seeing young master here, we sisters can finally relax," Su Jiaoyue said sweetly. Lin Feng asked, "What do you mean?" "Originally, the two of us stayed here and treated our wounds with fear and trepidation. We were afraid that someone would come and take our lives. But now that Lin Gongzi is here, we naturally don't have to be afraid of these things. With Lin Gongzi here, no matter what danger we encounter, Lin Gongzi will definitely protect us two sisters," Su Jiaoyue said. Lin Feng looked at Su Jiaoyue with a faint smile and said, "Fairy, you're quite confident. It's just that our friendship doesn't seem to be that deep. Although there have been gatherings, nothing actually happened. If we really meet with danger, I'm afraid we'll just fly away in the face of disaster." Su Jiaomei said, "Young master is not that kind of person. The two of us won't misjudge a man." Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to flatter me. Of course, there's no problem in protecting the two of you. How about this? What's that immortal artifact you obtained? Hand it over to me, and I can guarantee your safety." Su Jiaomei's eyes turned cold. "Young master, are you trying to take advantage of us?" Su Jiaoyue's voice turned much colder. "Isn't the world of cultivators like this?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Humph. If young master wants to fight, we sisters can accompany you to the end. When the time comes, let's see who will emerge victorious." Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue said in unison. As expected of sisters, their thoughts were exactly the same. Lin Feng said indifferently, "We've known each other for a while, so there's no need to fight and hurt our friendship. Since you two fairies are unwilling to hand over the immortal artifact, then just don't hand it over. However, you two fairies need to promise me something else." "What is it?" Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Lin Feng's words. Then they looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Recently, I've been researching the dual cultivation technique," Lin Feng said with a smile. When they heard Lin Feng's words, their expressions changed slightly. "Ha ha ha, kid, I think you want both the woman and the treasure, right?" At that moment, loud laughter came from outside. A middle-aged cultivator walked in from outside. He was a great emperor-level expert, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Hawkwolf King. When they saw this cultivator, Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue's expressions changed abruptly. The two sisters clearly knew this person. However, Lin Feng did not know this middle-aged cultivator. The starry sky world was vast and boundless. Lin Feng had just arrived in the starry sky world from the 9 provinces' great world. There were many experts in the starry sky world that Lin Feng did not know. After the Hawkwolf King appeared, he waved his hand and immediately sealed off the living room. "Sir, are you trying to catch us all in one fell swoop?" Lin Feng looked at the Hawkwolf King indifferently. "Kid, I saw you earlier. You're that Lin Feng? Since you want to fight, the 3 of you will naturally die." The Hawkwolf King's lips curled into a sinister smile. The Hawkwolf King had sealed off this place because he was worried that news would leak out. After all, the Su sisters were from the 100 Joy Pavilion. The 100 Joy Pavilion was an overlord of the starry sky world. Ordinary people did not dare to provoke them. As for Lin Feng, he had many treasures on him and many powerful divine abilities. The Hawkwolf King did not have a chance to attack before, but now he finally had the chance. Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue's expressions were extremely ugly because they were injured. They could not unleash much of their combat strength. The Hawkwolf King was a peak immortal emperor. He had such a powerful cultivation. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not be a match for him. Seriously, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to jump around in front of this young master. "Fairies, let this young master deal with this person first. Then I'll discuss the matter of dual cultivation with you 2 fairies." Lin Feng said. Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue immediately became speechless. What kind of situation was this? Lin Feng was actually still thinking about that extremely despicable thing. Moreover, Lin Feng was actually so contemptuous and disdainful of the Hawkwolf King. It was probably because Lin Feng did not know how terrifying the Hawkwolf King was. If he knew the Hawkwolf King's cultivation, she wondered if she regretted what she had just said. "Kid, you're about to die, yet you still dare to provoke this king so recklessly. This king will not kill you directly later. This king will break every bone in your body and let you have a taste of what it means to wish you were dead." Chapter 3348. The peak of the immortal emperor realm was indeed an extremely terrifying realm. Even in the starry sky world, he could be considered a tyrant. However, today, the cultivator the Hawkwolf King was facing was a monstrous existence like Lin Feng. The Hawkwolf King's attack was indeed extremely powerful. If it was purely based on his own combat strength, Lin Feng might not be a match for the Hawkwolf King. However, Lin Feng had many Dharma treasures on him. To deal with the Hawkwolf King, he was naturally full of confidence. When the Hawkwolf King's attack arrived, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Swoosh! Light flashed. Lin Feng took out one Dharma treasure after another. Black dragon sword, heavenly drum, The two stone swords flew out. Lin Feng held the heavenly drum in his hand and directly struck it. Dong, 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 dong. A deafening sound was heard. The heavenly drum resounded through the clouds, condensing heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. They directly charged towards the Hawkwolf King. At the same time, under Lin Feng's control, the Black Dragon Sword and the two stone swords also charged towards the Hawkwolf King. Lin Feng multitasked and launched the most violent attack on the Hawkwolf King. How powerful was this attack? It was simply destructive. It was extremely powerful. It was shocking. Sensing the terror of Lin Feng's attack, the Hawkwolf King hurriedly took out a battle spear. This was a battle spear made of bronze, and its power was extremely extraordinary. The Hawkwolf King held the battle spear to block Lin Feng's attack. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive strikes. The Hawkwolf King sent Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword and the two stone swords flying. Then he struck out with his palm and neutralized the heavenly drum's attack. I'm only a step away from stepping into the Imperial Emperor realm. So what if you have many Dharma treasures on you? It's impossible for you to fight against me. The Hawkwolf King looked at Lin Feng indifferently, his face filled with killing intent. With that, the Hawkwolf King charged towards Lin Feng with his spear in hand. He held the spear with both hands, and the invincible spear directly stabbed towards Lin Feng. Even the void was shattered. The Hawkwolf King was truly a terrifying existence. Humph! Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Just as the Hawkwolf King's attack was about to land on him, Lin Feng used the heaven-mending technique and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared behind the Hawkwolf King. The I Ching turning 3 pure ones was displayed. Following that, the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki pressed down on the Hawkwolf King. The Hawkwolf King's battle prowess had been greatly weakened. Meanwhile, Lin Feng took out the 9 Devils painting and the Hell King's bell. The 6 supreme treasures were activated at the same time, hurtling toward the Hawkwolf King. This was Lin Feng's peak combat strength. The Hawkwolf King was shocked. He felt the threat of death. He wanted to retreat, but Lin Feng's attack had locked onto him. He couldn't retreat, even if he wanted to. He had no choice but to take action to defend against the attack of Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures. Shatter the sky, the Hawkwolf King growled. He used a peerless and invincible spear attack. The spear swept out. It directly formed a barrier of light formed from spear light. It swept towards the 6 supreme treasures. However, just how powerful were Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures? How could the Hawkwolf King withstand them in his current state? Moreover, the Hawkwolf King's battle prowess had been weakened by at least 30% by Lin Feng. The Hawkwolf King, whose battle prowess had been sharply reduced, was even less able to defend against Lin Feng's attack. Uft! There was a ripping sound. It suddenly rang out. The Hawkwolf King's spear attack was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures. No, the Hawkwolf King sensed the aura of death enveloping him, so he couldn't help but cry out in horror. Bang! 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 However, in the next moment, along with the sound of 6 violent collisions, there were 6 sounds of violent collisions. Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures directly bombarded the Hawkwolf King's body. The Hawkwolf King couldn't withstand the attack of Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures. His body exploded. His body and soul were directly destroyed, leaving only his origin energy and storage ring. Lin Feng put away the Hawkwolf King's origin energy and storage ring, as well as his own supreme treasures. Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue watched this battle with their mouths agape. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had killed the Hawkwolf King, who had the strength of the top of the Celestial Emperor layer. It was simply too unbelievable. Fairies, now that the troublesome Hawkwolf King's soul has returned to hell, no one can disturb the three of us. Lin Feng looked at Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue with a half-smile. The two girls' faces were pink. Originally, they were extremely resistant to Lin Feng's suggestion. However, now that they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Following Lin Feng, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Women needed to find a good home to return to. Lin Feng seemed to be a good candidate. "Sir, if you can treat us well, we're willing to promise you," Su Jiamei said. Su Jiaoyue also nodded, clearly having the same thoughts as Su Jiamei. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He just wanted to tease the two of them. He didn't have such thoughts. Who would have thought that Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue would actually agree? Lin Feng said with a smile, "If your charm is too great, everyone will love you, and flowers will bloom when they see you." I was actually joking with the two fairies just now, so you don't have to take it seriously, you bastard. Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue immediately roared. They ignored their image and directly pounced on Lin Feng. This farce finally ended with Lin Feng being beaten up by the two girls. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. No matter how charming a woman was, once she got angry, it could take half a person's life. Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue found a place to heal their injuries. Lin Feng took out the storage rings of Huang Yendao and Hawkwolf King. He wanted to see what was in the storage rings of these two people. He checked carefully. There were indeed many good things. However, Lin Feng couldn't find the 3,000 great Tao that he wanted the most. Very few cultivators would put these orthodoxies inheritances in their storage rings. They would often remember it in their minds and then destroy the things that recorded the orthodoxies inheritances. Actually, it wasn't just other cultivators who did this. Even Lin Feng did the same. The next day, when he woke up at dawn, Lin Feng planned to part ways with Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue. "Let's meet again," said Lin Feng while waving. Then he quickly left. "That bastard who doesn't understand romance." Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue looked at Lin Feng's departing figure and couldn't help but gnash their teeth and curse Lin Feng. In the end, the two sisters couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng left. They didn't know if they would have any more interactions. Chapter 3349. The palace of the Stone State's imperial capital was shrouded in a layer of golden, holy light. From time to time, the sound of the heavenly Tao would come out from it. It was like the sound of a zither and a flute. There were many cultivators gathered outside, all waiting to enter. Lin Feng saw many major factions wanting to enter the palace. Lin Feng even saw a few emperor-level experts, including the mysterious female cultivator from the Myriad Fiend star field. She actually dared to come here when she's injured. It seems that this place should have something that woman needs. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a contemplative expression. The Empress sect of the Myriad Fiend star field was very terrifying. But now she was injured. The situation wasn't ideal. Of course, her cultivation realm was too high, even if ordinary cultivators knew that she was injured. They didn't dare to provoke this woman, because it was no different from courting death. Now, cultivators from various major factions gathered outside the palace. There were even more than a dozen interstellar bandits, led by Heaven, Hell, and Yellow Spring. The evil demon experts also arrived one after another. It was really a gathering of all kinds of monsters. Perhaps the corpse of the Stone State's monarch is still inside. Will the mystery of what happened in the Stone State be solved? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that perhaps the truth was really about to be revealed. What happened in the Stone State back then was destined to be impossible to hide. Lin Feng was also waiting patiently. The restriction that enveloped the palace was very powerful. If it didn't disperse on its own accord, other cultivators who dared to touch the restriction would obviously not have a good ending. He waited for about 3 days. Finally, the restriction that enveloped the palace began to gradually disperse. Everyone's faces revealed an expression of anticipation. 1 day later, the restriction that enveloped the palace completely dispersed. Everyone flew towards the palace. The palace was very large. Many people scattered to search for opportunities. When Lin Feng flew into the palace, he saw a woman passing by in front of him. Lin Feng could only see the woman's silhouette. It was actually the mysterious woman he saw a few days ago. At that time, Lin Feng only saw the other person's back. Although he didn't see what this female cultivator looked like, he could tell that she was a goddess just by looking at her back. The woman's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she had already disappeared without a trace. There's a Tao platform in the depths, and there's a coffin on it. The king of the stone state might be buried there. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. When the news spread, it immediately startled everyone. Everyone quickly rushed to the depths of the square. Lin Feng also came to the depths of the palace. There was a huge square here, and in the center of the square, there was a Tao platform. The runes on the Tao platform were intertwined. These runes were extremely complex and profound. Moreover, the Tao platform looked like a huge altar. The altar is the Tao platform. The Tao platform is the altar. Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur. He felt that things were a little complicated. It was not as simple as he had imagined. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that this place was a bit strange. However, when Lin Feng wanted to find out what was strange, he didn't find anything. Is the problem on the Tao platform, or is it because of that coffin? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that there was something wrong with the coffin. It made him feel uneasy. Open the coffin and see. A cultivator said. They wanted to open the coffin. Now, cultivators who were qualified to approach the Tao platform were all existences above the great emperor realm. If they hadn't stepped into this realm, they didn't even have the right to approach the Tao platform. All right, then let's open the coffin and see. Following that, many great emperors agreed with this point of view. They wanted to open the coffin and see if the king of the stone state was really buried there. I'll open the coffin, a female cultivator said, and stepped forward. This female cultivator was actually the Empress sect from the Myriad Fiends starfield. Wan Xianxue, it's actually this woman. Some people in the crowd couldn't help but mutter, as if they had recognized this woman. Who is she? She looks very young. A cultivator asked, very curious about the identity of the Empress sect from the Myriad Fiends starfield. This Wan Xianxue isn't a simple person. It's said that she's the reincarnation of a peerless expert, and it's said that she has already awakened the memories of her previous life. That cultivator said, "What? There's such a thing?" Many people couldn't help but exclaim, their faces full of incomparable shock. The reincarnation of a peerless expert, the meaning behind this. Everyone was very clear about this. It was absolutely shocking. Allowing Wan Xianxue to grow was because of the cultivation experience of her previous life. Therefore, what kind of achievements could Wan Xianxue achieve in the future? It was simply unimaginable. Taking the initiative to open the coffin was not an easy task, and it was very likely that she would face great danger. The other great emperors saw that Wan Xianxue had taken the initiative to ask her to open the coffin. Naturally, they were happy to see this. All right, Fairy Wan will open the coffin. Many great emperors said in unison, "What is this woman trying to do?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He looked at Wan Xianxue, who was walking step by step toward the platform, and felt that something was wrong. He felt that, at this moment, Wan Xianxue seemed to be a little too enthusiastic. She was clearly injured. Not only did she not heal her injuries, she even took the initiative to ask her to open the coffin. Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of something. Originally, the news of the Stone State ruins was only known by people from the four major forces. But in the end, the news was leaked out. Lin Feng targeted the 10,000 Fiends star zone, the Bright Moon star zone, and the Yin Yang star zone. He felt that one of the three forces should have leaked the news. Now that he saw Wan Xianxue taking the initiative to open the coffin, Lin Feng felt that the person who leaked the news, it should be someone from the 10,000 Fiends star zone. But why would the 10,000 Fiends star zone leak the news? Lin Feng didn't know for now. Perhaps the foxtail of the 10,000 Fiends star zone would be revealed soon. At this moment, Wan Xianxue had already stepped onto the platform. Wan Xianxue stood in front of the coffin, her lips moving quickly. He didn't know what she was saying. Lin Feng immediately frowned. What was Wan Xianxue saying? He felt that this was a very strange situation. Many great emperors seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Therefore, the great emperors all frowned. Fairy Wan, what are you doing? Aren't you going to open the coffin? A great emperor-level expert urged. Wan Xianxue, on the other hand, launched a series of hand seals. Rays of divine light surged into the coffin. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, Chapter 3350. The coffin shook. Even the entire Tao platform began to shake violently. After seeing this scene, everyone's faces couldn't help but reveal an incomparably shocked expression. What are you doing? Many great emperors' expressions changed drastically as they glared at Wan Xianxue. By now, everyone naturally knew. Wan Xianxue didn't sincerely want to open the coffin. She had other motives. It was you from the 10,000 Fiends star field who leaked the news about the Stone State ruins. Old man Sanhai's expression was gloomy as he charged toward Wan Xianxue, wanting to kill her. Old man Sanhai looked like a good guy. But in reality, which person like him didn't kill decisively? How could he be a completely good guy? That good guy appearance was just old man Sanhai's external image. The great emperors from the Bright Moon star field and the Yin Yang star field also came to their senses. Their hatred for the people from the 10,000 Fiends star field was monstrous. If the people from the 10,000 Fiends star field hadn't leaked the news, how could so many cultivators enter the Stone State ruins? And the opportunities and treasures they obtained were far more than what they had now. Therefore, the great emperors from the two star fields rushed into the sky and charged toward Wan Xianxue. Kill Wan Xianxue. Otherwise, I'm afraid something terrible will happen. A cultivator shouted in a deep voice, having a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. Wan Xianxue's strange actions were enough to explain many things. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The monarch realm cultivators soared into the sky and charged at Wan Xianxue, intending to kill her. But they attacked Wan Xianxue at this time. Obviously, it was too late. The entire Tao platform underwent a huge change. Distorted formation runes appeared on the Tao platform one after another. Those formation runes intertwined. Then they quickly extended out. Every formation rune vibrated with destructive power, sending the great emperors flying. Then those formation runes sealed off the entire huge square. All the cultivators were trapped in the square. They wanted to leave. They couldn't leave. What is Wan Xianxue trying to do? Many people looked at Wan Xianxue with ugly expressions. Wan Xianxue must have an ulterior motive for trapping everyone. Burning sky array. At this moment, Wan Xianxue's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. The runes intertwined together to form an incomparably terrifying great burning sky array. The void was instantly ignited. "My body is burning," Lin Feng said. Next, a cultivator cried out in horror. That cultivator's body was actually burning up. He tried his best to extinguish the flames on his body, but to no avail. The burning sky array was extremely strange. It could ignite the magic power within a cultivator's body. When the magic power was ignited, the cultivator's body would ignite. This was a burning from the inside out. The first cultivator's body began to burn. Next, second place, third place, fourth place, fifth place, sixth place, one cultivator after another began to burn. Ah! An incomparably shrill scream suddenly rang out. One cultivator after another screamed in agony. Soon, those cultivators were burned to ashes, and the essences in their bodies were turned into the purest energy. One after another, they rushed toward the coffin on the platform. "I don't want to die. I'm still so young. My future is so smooth. How can I die here? I don't want to die either. I still have a fairy-like fiancé that I haven't married yet. I don't want to die here like this." Many cultivators cried out in horror, but no one could save them. The flames here were too strange. Even Lin Feng's magic power began to burn, not to mention the ordinary cultivators. Emperor-level cultivators could temporarily resist the flames, but they couldn't resist for too long. As for the cultivators who hadn't reached the emperor level, they were burned to ashes one by one. In the end, they were all turned into supplies for the coffin. He wants to open the coffin by sacrificing cultivators. The demon lord said in a deep voice. Lin Feng nodded with a gloomy expression. That despicable woman, Wan Xianxue, was indeed thinking of this. That woman's methods were extremely terrifying. He had to leave this place quickly, or else the situation wouldn't be good. Lin Feng circulated the heavenly fire in his body to suppress the strange flames that ignited his magic power. The heavenly fire's powerful power played an extremely crucial role at this time. It directly suppressed the strange flames that ignited Lin Feng's magic power. But now Lin Feng could only protect himself. He couldn't save others. He tried to leave this place, but he was forced back by the formation. The formation here was abnormally terrifying. Even with Lin Feng's methods, it wasn't easy to break the formation here in an extremely short period of time. Therefore, Lin Feng was now in some trouble. A large number of cultivators died. Originally, there were close to 10,000 cultivators from various factions here. But in the end, there were only a little more than 100 people left. Among these 100 people, some of them were emperor-level experts. There were also some who weren't emperor-level experts, but had extraordinary methods. For example, cultivators like Lin Feng. As for the remaining cultivators, they were all sacrificed. Wan Xianxue, you deserve to die. The 10,000 Fiends star region should be destroyed. Many cultivators roared in exasperation. They couldn't wait to tear Wan Xianxue into pieces. Destroy the 10,000 Fiends star region. Wan Xianxue's expression was indifferent. She didn't care about those cultivators' roars at all. Crack, crack. At this time, the coffin also changed after absorbing the pure energy of nearly 10,000 powerful cultivators. The coffin was originally sealed by a powerful restriction, but now those restrictions were beginning to crack open. The coffin is about to open. Many people's expressions became serious. The coffin opened. What would happen? Could it really be the Stone State's monarch inside? Could it be that the Stone State's monarch would be resurrected? None of this was known. Crack, crack. The formation patterns on the coffin cracked more and more. Finally, all the formation patterns cracked completely. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The coffin lid flew up. Clang! The coffin lid fell on the platform. The next moment, a terrifying creature sat up from the coffin. It was an extremely handsome man. He had a face so handsome that it was almost demonic. There was a huge bloody hole in the man's chest. His heart. Chapter 33:51. The man whose heart had been dug out still had a horn and a pair of golden wings. He didn't know what race this being belonged to. In the past, Lin Feng had never seen such a race. This isn't the Stone State's monarch's corpse. Where was the Stone State's monarch's corpse buried? Or, the Stone State's monarch didn't die back then? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. When he thought of that possibility, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. If the Stone State's monarch really didn't die, where would he go? A long time had passed. Did time bury the Stone State's monarch? Lin Feng suddenly remembered Wan Xianshue's background. This Wan Xianxue was the reincarnation of a peerless expert, and now she was actually taking such a huge risk. She didn't hesitate to offend so many factions and sacrificed nearly 10,000 powerful cultivators. It was all to release the mysterious winged cultivator. Could it be Wan Xianxue knew this mysterious winged cultivator in her previous life? Lin Feng also thought of another possibility. Did that winged cultivator die? When the Stone State was destroyed, was he a subordinate of the Stone State's monarch? Or was he an enemy of the Stone State's monarch? If he was a subordinate, then Wan Xianxue should also be one of the experts who participated in the destruction of the Stone State. However, Lin Feng guessed that Wan Xianxue had suffered extremely serious injuries in that battle. Her body was probably destroyed, so she had no choice but to reincarnate. This method was different from the method of reincarnation in the 6 paths of reincarnation in the legends. When a peerless expert reincarnated, their soul would enter the mind of an unborn child and enter a deep sleep. They hoped that one day they would be able to recover. Lowly creatures, you dare to stop me from escaping? Have you thought about how you want to die? The terrifying winged cultivator walked out of the coffin. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Although he had lost his heart, he was still extremely terrifying. His aura shook the world. It was suffocating. This was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. He threw a punch at one of the great emperors across the void. The great emperor's expression changed drastically. He wanted to quickly dodge the attack of that terrifying creature. However, that great emperor realized that he had been completely locked down. Therefore, there was no way to avoid it. He had no choice but to face that terrifying being head-on. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The attacks of the two existences clashed. The great emperor-level expert's body directly exploded, his body and soul annihilated on the spot. Seeing that, the surrounding cultivators revealed looks of disbelief. After all, that great emperor was an emperor realm expert. Cultivators of this level in the entire starry sky world. He was definitely an overlord-level existence. But now, he was actually killed in an instant. This scene could only be described as horrifying. After killing that Imperial Emperor-level expert, the winged creature abruptly inhaled. The origin energy of the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator was directly devoured by the winged creature. Delicious! It's really delicious. Can you understand the feeling of being trapped in a coffin for countless years? The winged creature coldly glanced at the surrounding cultivators. His face was cold, ferocious, and filled with killing intent. It made one's heart palpitate. He was like a demon that had walked out of the world of hell. When everyone faced him, they would all feel a sense of fear. That kind of fear was a fear that came from the depths of their souls. No one spoke. At this moment, no one dared to talk to this terrifying being without permission. No one could understand his temperament. If they really wanted to communicate with him, it was very likely that they would be killed by him. Darkness, loneliness, hatred, unwillingness, desire, the winged creature continued. He seemed to be talking to himself. In the endless darkness, I tasted loneliness all by myself. Hatred grew in my heart and took over my body and mind. I was unwilling to be trapped in there forever, so I began to struggle. It was precisely because of my constant struggle that I didn't die. Finally, one day, I sensed a familiar aura, and I saw the hope of escaping. When he reached this point, the winged creature looked at Wan Xianxue beside him. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. The winged creature said that he sensed a familiar aura. Could it be that he sensed Wan Xianxue's aura? Or could it be that he sensed the aura of Wan Xianxue's past life's memories in her mind? Now, I'm finally free. This feeling is great. I'll give you all a chance to submit to me. Swear that you'll become my slave, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll all become my food. The winged creature said coldly. Humph, it's not certain who will emerge victorious. Old man Songhai said coldly. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of many cultivators. They wanted to join forces and fight to the death with this winged being, because everyone had cultivated to this level. They were all reputable figures who would willingly become someone else's slave. They would completely lose themselves. This was even more unbearable than killing them. You all want to die? The winged creature said coldly. His cold eyes swept across all the cultivators around him, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young. No one chose to join the winged cultivator and become his slave. If you're smart, you should know what to choose. Wan Xianxue said. Wan Xianxue, you vicious woman. If I don't die, I'll skin you alive sooner or later and dig out your heart to see if you have a heart of a snake or scorpion. Some cultivators looked at Wan Xianxue coldly. That cultivator watched his brothers die one after another, but there was no way to save them. Therefore, he hated Wan Xianxue to the extreme. Wan Xianxue said with a sneer, "A person who's about to die dares to say such shameless words? You're overestimating yourself. Everyone, let's do it. With so many of us joining forces, I don't believe that we can't kill that guy." Old man Songhai said, "That's right. There's no need to be afraid at all. That guy has been trapped for so many years, and his heart has been dug out. His combat strength has decreased tremendously. With so many of us, we might not necessarily lose." Another Emperor sect-level expert shouted in a deep voice. The two Emperor sect-level experts encouraged everyone one after another. This greatly boosted everyone's morale. Kill. The cultivators couldn't help but shout. Or use powerful divine abilities. Or take out some powerful magic treasures. More than 100 people. All of them attacked. Chapter 33:52. With so many cultivators attacking at the same time, their attacks were incredibly powerful and terrifying. However, the winged being had an extremely cold expression on his face. He stretched out his hands. Then he gently pushed in the air. A terrifying power instantly surged out and swept through the world. It was extremely powerful. It was simply unimaginable. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the sounds of violent collisions, a series of violent collisions could be heard. One after another, the divine abilities were broken. One after another, the magic treasures were sent flying. The winged being was simply too powerful. He was able to fight against so many experts alone. He was actually in an invincible position. Such a cultivation base could only be described as heaven-defying. Damn it! What kind of existence was this guy at his peak? Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. This being was truly too terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. However, they didn't give up just like that. Everyone continued to use their powerful attacks to attack the winged being. The second wave of attacks continued to bombard the winged being. The second wave of attacks was even more powerful than the first wave. Over 100 cultivators attacked with all their might without holding back. Although there were fewer people, but their willpower was condensed. Therefore, these people joined forces and even formed a blood chi dragon. The blood chi dragon, circling above them, bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It roared at the sky and shook the world. Do you lowly ants think that you can contend against me just because you're working together? How laughable! Ants will always be ants. In front of me, you ants are destined to become a pile of bones and be buried here forever. The winged being's voice was extremely cold. His body gradually floated into the air. Then, the pair of huge golden wings began to flap. Every time the huge golden wings flapped, violent golden gales would be formed. The golden gales were extremely terrifying. When they swept out, they had the power to destroy the world. Everyone's second wave of attacks was attacked by the golden gales. It was broken again. The winged being floated in the golden gales. His cold gaze swept across everyone. At this moment, it was as if he had become the ruler of the world. No one could fight against such a terrifying existence. In front of such a terrifying existence, there was only fear, despair, and trembling. Puff, puff, puff. The powerful golden astral wind continued to rush towards them after breaking through their attacks. The power was too strong. Ripping sounds could be heard one after another, along with the sound of something being torn apart. One cultivator after another was attacked by the astral winds. It was directly torn to pieces. The winged creature greedily devoured the essence of the dead cultivators. Comfortable. It's so comfortable. I like this feeling. It's as if I've returned to the past. The winged being couldn't help but ask. At this very moment, he was extremely excited. However, in the eyes of others, this guy was a little perverted at this moment. However, this fellow was truly horrifying. Even though his heart had been dug out, he still possessed such formidable combat strength. This was truly inconceivable. Everyone was struggling to resist the attack of the golden wind. Lin Feng was the same. He used the heavenly profound pagoda to protect his body, and at the same time, he used the great defensive technique and the magic immunity theurgy. That was how he managed to block the attack of the golden gale. However, not everyone could withstand the attack of the golden gale. Under the attack of the golden gale, more and more cultivators died. I beg you, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. Spare me, spare my dog life, please. When some cultivators were facing death, their inner defenses finally collapsed. They began to beg for mercy from the winged being. However, there were also many people who watched all of this with indifferent expressions. They did not beg for mercy. Some people would rather die in battle than beg for mercy. It's too late to beg for mercy now. The winged being said coldly. He took the lead to attack the cultivators who were begging for mercy. His methods were extremely cruel. Puff, 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 along with the sound of something being torn apart one after another. The cultivators who were begging for mercy were all killed by the winged being. I hate spineless things like you the most in my life. after killing those cultivators, the winged being couldn't help but sneer. This existence was extremely terrifying and difficult to fight against. How long had it been since the battle started? More than half of the people had died under the attacks of this terrifying existence. There was no lack of great emperor-level experts among them. Now, no one could see any hope of defeating this terrifying being. Of course, some of the cultivators present were hiding their final escape methods. Some of them were already planning to use these methods. For example, Lin Feng had the Stone of Destiny. He could use it at this time. Buzz. Just as these cultivators were planning to use their hidden methods to leave this place in the outside world, sword Qi swept across the world. A dazzling sword Qi tore apart the formation of this place. Next, a treasured sword flew over, streaking across the void and slashing towards the winged being. Stone sword. When he saw the treasured sword, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The treasured sword that suddenly appeared here was actually one of the 36 stone swords. An elder walked over, controlling the stone sword, fighting a great battle against the winged creature. The winged being's battle strength was too heaven-defying. Facing the stone sword's attack, it was still able to handle it with ease. The stone sword inheritance hasn't been destroyed yet. The winged being couldn't help but mutter to himself. His methods were extremely terrifying and incomparably violent. The pair of wings was his strongest magic treasure. The wings slashed towards the stone sword as fast as lightning. The void was instantly torn apart. Next, the pair of golden wings collided with the stone sword. The stone sword was actually suppressed. Are you a descendant of the Stone State's monarch? The winged being coldly looked at the old man controlling the stone sword. Lin Feng looked at the old man in shock. He had actually seen that old man before. When he had just entered the Stone State's imperial capital, Lin Feng had stopped alone at the outermost square to look at the broken statue of the Stone State's monarch. This old man had appeared. He was actually a descendant of the Stone State's monarch. This was truly shocking. It turned out that not all of the people of the Stone State had perished back then. It seemed that some people of the Stone State had escaped. Shi Yunsong, the great-grandson of the Stone State's monarch, the old man said, and his attacks became even more powerful. Then I'll kill you first, and then I'll exterminate your clan. The winged being's voice was ice-cold. Light flashed in his hands. A blood-colored spear appeared in his hand. Chapter 33:53. The winged being wielded a blood-colored spear. His aura had completely fused with the blood-colored spear. The blood-colored spear should be his natal treasure. The winged being swung his blood-colored spear at the stone sword. Clang! The stone sword and the blood-colored spear collided. Suddenly, an earth-shaking sound of violent collisions rang out. The stone sword was sent flying. You don't even know how to activate the stone sword. How can you unleash its power? This treasure should be the stone sword sealed in the Stone State's imperial capital, right? Since you've obtained the stone sword, you should have left instead of appearing here. You'll only end up losing your life if you do. The winged being said coldly. He was extremely arrogant and did not take Shi Yunsong seriously at all. Who will be the victor? That remains to be seen. Shi Yunsong's voice was cold. He held the stone sword and charged at the winged being. Clang! 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 The treasures in their hands collided. Every collision caused a part of the void to collapse. This level of collision really made people turn pale with fright. After more than 10 rounds of collisions, the winged being seized an opportunity and stabbed with his blood-colored spear. Puchi, the blood-colored spear pierced a bloody hole in Shi Yunsong's chest. Blood immediately gushed out. Shi Yunsong was sent flying. He had suffered a terrifying blow. His body had suffered extremely serious injuries. You do have a trace of the glory of the Stone State's monarch, but your cultivation level is too low. Back when I was at my peak, I could have killed an ant like you with a single glance. The winged being had an indifferent expression as he walked toward Shi Yun-song with his blood-colored spear in hand. Boast. Keep boasting. If you're really that powerful, you wouldn't have had your heart dug out. Who doesn't know how to boast these days? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was incomparably astonished. Who dared to say such words at a time like this? Who dared to say that the winged being was boasting? Did he think that he wasn't dying fast enough? Who is it? The winged creature had a cold gaze. It's me. Lin Feng stepped forward. It's Lin Feng. A cultivator recognized Lin Feng's identity and said aloud, Lin Feng? 9 prefectures Lin Feng? Someone asked doubtfully, That's right, it's this kid. The other party nodded. Is this brat courting death? Some cultivators said. They felt that Lin Feng's actions were no different from courting death. Ant-like thing actually dares to jump about before me? You're simply courting death. The winged creature's voice was indifferent. A palm shot towards Lin Feng. That brat is dead for sure, many people said. He felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. This was because the winged creatures were simply too powerful. There was simply no one who could contend against this terrifying creature. Lin Feng's cultivation was not bad. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to contend against this terrifying existence. Therefore, many people felt that facing the winged creature's attack, Lin Feng was probably going to die. However, when the winged spirit's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Lin Feng disappeared. Lin Feng used the Great Death Substitution technique to neutralize the winged creature's attack. The next moment, he appeared beside the old man. Senior, I'll lend you 2 stone swords. I'll help you kill the enemy, Lin Feng said. Then he waved his right hand. Immediately, 2 stone swords flew out. Thank you, young friend. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 stone swords Lin Feng took out. The more stone swords he collected, the more powerful they were. These stone swords seemed to be able to boost each other's power. The power displayed by 1 stone sword naturally could not be compared to the power displayed by 3 stone swords. The old man controlled the 3 stone swords to attack the winged creature. The winged creature's expression was extremely ugly, an existence at his level, high and mighty. Looking down on the world, he attacked to kill Lin Feng, a cultivator he regarded as an ant. He actually failed. This was equivalent to a slap to his face. Now, Lin Feng actually took out 2 stone swords and lent them to Shi Yun-song to deal with him. The winged creature wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. Although Shi Yun-song did not control the special technique to activate the stone swords. However, with the addition of 2 stone swords, Shi Yun-song clearly felt that the 3 stone swords had a special connection with each other. The power of the 3 stone swords increased greatly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 stone swords quickly attacked the winged creature. The 3 stone swords attacked the winged creature at lightning speed in midair. The blood-colored spear in the winged creature's hand blocked the attack of a stone sword. A pair of golden wings blocked the attack of the other stone sword. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Old Man Song Hai shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The dozens of surviving cultivators attacked. All sorts of powerful divine abilities and magic treasures were launched at the winged creature. The winged creature was now held back by Shi Yun-song's 3 stone swords. Therefore, it did not have time to deal with the attacks of other cultivators. All sorts of powerful divine abilities and magic treasures slammed into the winged creature's body. Although the winged creature was extremely powerful, it was still made of flesh and blood. After receiving so many attacks, it could not help but vomit blood. When the winged being was sent flying, Shi Yunsong took advantage of this rare opportunity. He controlled the 3 stone swords to attack the winged being. Puff! The winged creature's expression changed slightly. The blood-colored spear in its hand swept out and knocked away one of the stone swords. A pair of golden wings swept towards the other 2 stone swords. However, the pair of golden wings only hit one stone sword. The other stone sword charged in front of the winged creature. Then, the sword stabbed into the winged creature's body. A shrill scream could be heard. The winged creature was severely injured. He pulled out the stone sword that pierced his body and tried to suppress it. However, the stone sword struggled and escaped his control. Good. You all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. I will not let you go, especially the brat who controls the 2 stone swords. I will tear you to pieces, send your soul into purgatory, and torture it for eternity. The winged creature roared with hatred. Then, he swept one Xianxue and tore through the void. Chapter 33:54. It was not an easy task to kill a winged creature. After all, the creature was simply too powerful. Kill it. Easier said than done. However, now that the creature had been severely injured, it would most likely be quiet for a while. Let's go. Shi Yunsong looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng put away his 2 stone swords and left with Shi Yunsong. Finally, they left the stone state ruins and arrived in the starry sky. Finally, they landed on a planet. Senior, how are your injuries? Lin Feng asked. I'm fine, Shi Yunsong said. After a slight pause, he continued. This time, I have to thank you for your 2 stone swords. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to deal with that creature. Lin Feng had many questions. For example, what was the origin of that winged creature? What had happened to the Stone State in the past? Had the Stone State's king really died? And so on. May I ask a few questions? Lin Feng asked. Of course. Shi Yunsong nodded. Lin Feng was delighted. He then asked, did the Stone State's king die in the past? This was something he wanted to know the most. In the past, the Stone State's king was an existence that even the 3 realms did not dare to offend. It was widely rumored that the Stone State's king had died in that battle. However, Lin Feng felt that the rumors might be wrong. The Stone State's king might not have died. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. As for whether the truth was the same as his guess, Lin Feng did not know for now. Great-grandfather went missing in that battle. Shi Yunsong sighed. Shi Yunsong then explained what had happened in that battle. The Stone State's king seemed to have predicted this, so he had sent some of his clansmen out of the Stone State in advance. Not long after, the Stone State really did encounter a crisis. The Stone State was known as the Starry Sky Holy State. It was a silent message. The king of the Stone Kingdom disappeared without a trace after that battle. No one knew if the king of the Stone State had fallen in that battle. Even the descendants of the Stone State's king did not know. The group of people that had been sent away by the Stone State's king had survived. As a result, the orthodoxy of the Stone State was not destroyed. Why did this battle start? Lin Feng could not help but ask. He was very concerned about this. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any forces that would want to offend someone as powerful as the king of the Stone State. However, this was clearly not the case. The other party was willing to pay a heavy price to destroy the Stone State's monarch and destroy the Stone State. There should be a huge secret hidden within, Shi Yunsong said. Perhaps it has something to do with it. What is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. The heaven-shaking steel, Shi Yunsong said. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The heaven-shaking steel was an existence that could rival the door of everlasting life and the godly court. It was one of the greatest secrets in the universe. Lin Feng even had 2 damaged heaven-shaking steels with him. The heaven-shaking steel was incomparably powerful, but in the past there was a heaven-shaking stone tablet that was destroyed by someone. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence could destroy a supreme treasure like the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng could not help but continue asking, could it be that the king of the stone state obtained a heaven-shaking steel? Shi Yunsong nodded and said, "That's right. My great-grandfather obtained a heaven-shaking steel. Moreover, his rise was greatly related to the heaven-shaking steel. However, I was still very young back then, so I only heard about this from the people of the previous generation. According to the people of the previous generation, my great-grandfather comprehended the secrets of the heaven-shaking steel." Lin Feng was moved when he heard this. The heaven-shaking steel's secrets were incomparably shocking. For example, the 3,000 grand daos, the method to become an immortal, the ultimate divine abilities, and so on. These were all relatively small secrets hidden by the heaven-shaking steels. These were not the true peerless secrets. Over the countless years, many cultivators had tried to comprehend the secrets of the heaven-shaking steels. However, it was said that they could only comprehend a few top-tier divine abilities at most. They could not comprehend the coarse secrets of the heaven-shaking steels. However, the king of the stone state had done it. This was too shocking. The sky-shaking stone steel hides an extremely shocking secret, and this secret is too terrifying. Therefore, this secret has been taken apart. Each of the 18 sky-shaking stone steels hides a part of the secret. Shi Yunsong continued, "What is this secret?" It was actually separated and hidden within the 18 heaven-shaking steels. Could it be the secret of eternal life? Lin Feng could not help but ask, "No, it can't be the secret of eternal life. It might be even more shocking than this secret." Shi Yunsong said, "According to the narration of the previous generation, this secret was too shocking. Even my great-grandfather felt extremely uneasy. Later on, my great-grandfather seemed to have sensed something and wanted to move the stone state to an unknown place. However, for some unknown reason, my great-grandfather failed. After that, some of the clansmen were sent away, and the stone state was destroyed. This was a secret that shocked Lin Feng greatly. He thought of the creatures he had seen in the wasteland and the terrifying winged creature. Lin Feng then said, "Previously, I saw a terrifying existence walk out of the wasteland. As for the winged creature, I don't know its origin. They should be the creatures that besieged the stone state back then, right?" Shi Yunsong said, "That's right. They were a part of the creatures that besieged the stone state. However, they were clearly not the true masterminds behind the scenes. No one knows who the mastermind is. After that battle, my great-grandfather disappeared along with the heaven-shaking steels." Lin Feng chatted with Shi Yunsong for a long time, and he learned about many things that had happened in the past. However, it was very difficult to determine who was targeting the stone state. Too many secrets of the past were destined to be buried by history. It was difficult for future generations to find out. It had to be said, "This was a great pity. This stone sword was left behind by my great-grandfather. However, I'm already old. I shouldn't be able to control it anymore." Shi Yunsong took out his stone sword and could not help but sigh. He handed the stone sword over to Lin Feng and said, "You're still young. You have a bright future ahead of you. Besides, you already have 2 stone swords. Maybe in the future, you'll be able to obtain even more stone swords. If you keep this stone sword, it'll be even more useful." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Feng did not refuse and accepted the stone sword. This was because the stone sword was simply too important. Lin Feng even hoped that one day he would be able to collect all 36 stone swords. If he could really collect all 36 stone swords, it would definitely be a heaven-defying weapon of mass destruction. "Young friend, let's meet again." Shi Yunsong patted Lin Feng and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing. Lin Feng was very grateful for this senior's kindness in giving him the stone sword. He bowed in the direction that Shi Yunsong had left in. Then Lin Feng stood up. This was not a place to stay for long. Chapter 3355. Lin Feng had been waiting for Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors to appear. However, he didn't manage to wait for the four of them. Perhaps they were still cultivating in seclusion in the land of opportunity. However, Lin Feng wasn't worried about the four of them. Firstly, it was because the four of them had powerful cultivations, and when the four of them worked together, their methods were extremely extraordinary. Secondly, it was because they all knew the ancient star map to the Undying Realm. If they couldn't find him, the four of them would definitely head to the Undying Realm. At that time, perhaps they could meet again in the Undying Realm. The news about the Stone State ruins spread more and more, even though many of the opportunities in the Stone State ruins had already been obtained. However, there were still many cultivators entering the Stone State ruins one after another. Another thing happened in the Starry Sky world. Many forces were looking for Lin Feng. After Lin Feng's identity was exposed, it attracted the interest of many forces. The main reason was that Lin Feng had too many good things on him. Many people viewed killing Lin Feng as equivalent to obtaining more than 10 heaven-defying opportunities. As a result, now more and more forces wanted to kill Lin Feng and seize Lin Feng's things. Not to mention, right now, Lin Feng was alone in the Starry Sky world. It was the best time to kill Lin Feng. If they waited until Lin Feng broke through to the Great Emperor realm, it would be very difficult to kill Lin Feng. Many forces valued this point, so they wanted to kill Lin Feng at this time. In the Starry Sky world, a large number of cultivators were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Lin Feng originally wanted to leave this star field and head to a more distant star field. No one in those star fields should know him. When the time came, he could find a place to cultivate in seclusion and cultivate all the hundreds of 3,000 great Daos he had obtained. Right now, Lin Feng couldn't wait to cultivate these 3,000 great Daos. But obviously, now was not the best time to cultivate these 3,000 great Daos. Lin Feng's plan to leave this Starry Sky world ultimately failed. He had been discovered. There seemed to be experts in the Tao of divination among the forces of the Starry Sky world. He deduced Lin Feng's position. A large number of experts surrounded Lin Feng. There was no lack of great emperors. Lin Feng experienced one bloody battle after another. He didn't know how many people he had killed. He had no idea how many scars he had on his body. Lin Feng only remembered the countless corpses of cultivators falling to the ground. In the short span of half a month, they had gone through too many battles. After another big battle, Lin Feng evaded the besiegers. Finally, he landed on a lonely planet. This was a planet that had lost all life. Every user has any vegetation. Moreover, there was a constant sandstorm. After arriving here, Lin Feng hurriedly looked for a place to recuperate. His injuries weren't light. An Emperor Ancestor realm expert had injected terrifying sword chi into his body. That sword chi was still constantly destroying Lin Feng's life force. If not for Lin Feng's strong physical body, perhaps he would have died under the sword chi's attack. Lin Feng circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to dissolve the sword chi in his body. Then, he circulated the immortal divine body to heal his injuries. I've been found so many times. Which expert is deducing my position? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He decided to find the cultivator who deduced his position. Then he would kill that person. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to escape from the encirclement of so many forces. Lin Feng used the innate 8 trigrams to deduce who the cultivator who deduced his position was. Dragon Eye Planet. It was a planet at the edge of the Demon Dragon starfield, relatively close to the Lanzhou starfield. This planet was under the control of the Demon Dragon starfield. It was very lively. The Demon Dragon race of the Demon Dragon starfield had built a huge mansion on this Dragon Eye planet. This star was called the Dragon's Eye Star because it looked like the eye of a dragon. That was how the planet got its name. Currently, many cultivators were gathered on the Dragon Eye planet. They were discussing how to deal with Lin Feng. These cultivators from the extraterrestrial worlds were determined to kill Lin Feng. Dragon Eye Planet, Demon Dragon Mansion. Many experts from various forces were gathered. We've just received news that the latest encirclement failed again. Lin Feng is very cunning, and his methods are superb. He has escaped many times. An expert from a cosmic race said in a deep voice, "If we can't kill him, it'll be a big problem. When he gets stronger in the future, he'll definitely seek revenge. Therefore, since we've decided to take action, we must kill him." Another expert said, "Fellow Taoist star operator, can you deduce Lin Feng's position again?" The third expert said, as he looked at a skinny middle-aged man. No one knew the name of this thin middle-aged man. They only knew that this person called himself Star Operator. This person was good at deducing the heavenly cycle using the movement of the stars. This method could be said to be miraculous. Previously, it was this person who had deduced Lin Feng's position, and he had deduced it several times. All of them were successful. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this Star Operator's method was. Of course. Xing Swan smiled faintly. However, you should know the old rules. He paused slightly. Star Operator continued. An evil glint flashed in his eyes. Of course we know. At night, we'll order people to send food over. An expert said, "Kiki, great." Xing Swan Zi laughed sinisterly. Next, Star Operator began to deduce. He needed to use some tools to deduce. They were jade slips. There were a total of 12 jade slips. The 12 jade slips summoned a starry sky world in the extraterrestrial world. One after another, stars were suspended in the starry sky world. Of course, that was only the shadow of the starry sky world. Star Operator's deduction technique relied on the stars in the shadow of the starry sky world to deduce Lin Feng's position. This was a very miraculous method. Those who didn't understand this kind of deduction technique wouldn't be able to understand the mysteries of this technique. This wasn't the first time they had seen this kind of deduction technique. However, the surrounding people were still in a daze. It was hard to see the wonders. After a series of deductions, Star Operator said, "I've deduced this guy's position." "Where is it?" many people asked anxiously. "Lanzhou Planet," Star Operator said. "Lanzhou Planet. This kid has some relationship with the 100 Joy Pavilion. Could it be that he wants to use the 100 Joy Pavilion's relationship to escape?" A Martial Emperor expert said coldly. Chapter 3356. Is this where that guy lives? Lin Feng landed on the Dragon Eye planet. He did not know what had happened in the Demon Dragon Mansion's meeting hall during the day. This time, he descended on the Dragon Eye planet. Lin Feng not only used the Great Escape technique to change his appearance, he also used the Path of Destiny to hide his aura. In a short period of time, he guessed that the cultivator who had mastered the secret technique would not be able to deduce his exact location. However, Lin Feng knew that he had to end the battle quickly. If the other party deduced a few more times, he would definitely give himself away. At that time, he might be found. As for the previous deduction of Lin Feng's whereabouts, the news that Lin Feng had appeared on the Lanzhou planet was made up by Star Operator. Star Operator realized that his deduction had failed this time. However, Star Operator did not say it out loud, because no matter how powerful a deduction master was, it was impossible to succeed every time. It was normal to fail once. Moreover, every time he succeeded, these forces would contribute delicious food. If he told them that his deduction had failed, what would those people think of him? At that time, the delicious food at their fingertips would probably be gone. Star Operator enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by many forces. Therefore, he had to do his best to show off his unfathomable ability in front of the experts of the various forces. To gain the trust of these people, to his current position, Star Operator thought that he had done a good job. Although Lin Feng had deduced that the cultivator who deduced him was on the Dragon Eye planet. However, Lin Feng did not know who the other party was or where he lived. Lin Feng came to the restaurant where the news was gathered to inquire. I heard that many experts from various forces have gone to the Lanzhou planet. It seems that Lin Feng must be on the Lanzhou planet. Otherwise, why would so many forces go there? The guests at the table next to Lin Feng were discussing this matter. I wonder if that Lin Feng will be killed this time? Another person said. Lin Feng stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "Hello, brothers. I am Lin Qing, and I have just entered the starry sky world to cultivate. I heard that many forces have surrounded the Lanzhou planet, and you also mentioned Lin Feng. What is going on? Brothers, is it convenient for you to tell me?" They saw that Lin Feng was a young and handsome man. Several cultivators invited Lin Feng to sit down with them. Asked a fat, middle-aged cultivator. "You know Lin Feng, little brother?" asked a fat, middle-aged cultivator. Said Lin Feng, "Of course I know. I've heard that he's a cultivator from Jiuzhou. He's extremely strong and has precious treasures." That's right, it's him. Now that many forces have their eyes on this kid, they invited the Star Operator to divine his whereabouts. The Star Operator divined many times, and the kid was found time and time again. However, the kid escaped each time. The Star Operator divined again and found that Lin Feng was hiding on the Lanzhou planet. Many forces suspect that Lin Feng had entered the 100 Music Pavilion to hide. Now, they are heading towards the Lanzhou planet with a large army. They are probably determined to kill Lin Feng. The fat, middle-aged cultivator said. "I see." Lin Feng nodded, then asked, "Brother, who is this Star Operator you mentioned?" The fat, middle-aged cultivator asked in surprise, "Brother, you have never heard of this Star Operator?" Lin Feng quickly shook his head. The middle-aged cultivator smiled. "Brother, you know too little about the experts of the outside world. You can't just go out and train like this. Before you go out, you should carefully understand the structure of the outside world and the various powerful cultivators. That way, you won't offend people you shouldn't offend." "Brother, you have a point. I will keep that in mind," Lin Feng said hurriedly. The middle-aged cultivator had a smug look on his face. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of being able to point out the world. He continued, "This Star Operator is not an ordinary person. It is said that he has mastered an extremely mysterious divination technique. He can divine many unimaginable things. Even many great forces treat the Star Operator with respect and treat him as a guest of honor. There is such a strange person. I really want to pay Star Operator a visit, but I wonder where he is?" Lin Feng asked. Star Operator lives in the Demon Dragon Prefecture. However, it is not easy to meet him. The middle-aged cultivator said, "Where there is a will, there is a way. If you don't try, how do you know it won't work?" Lin Feng could not help but smile. At night, Lin Feng arrived outside the Demon Dragon Prefecture. The entire Demon Dragon Prefecture was enveloped by a restrictive barrier. If one wanted to enter, they would have to touch the barrier. Once they touched the barrier, they would be discovered. The only safe entrance was the main gate. However, there were hundreds of guards guarding the main gate. The place was heavily guarded. There was also a demon-revealing mirror hanging above the main gate. No one could hide from them. If one wanted to enter the Demon Dragon Prefecture through the main gate, it was also something that was almost impossible to accomplish. Lin Feng asked around and found out a shocking piece of news. It turned out that the upper echelons of many great forces were gathered in the Demon Dragon Prefecture to discuss how to deal with him. Therefore, the Demon Dragon Prefecture was now filled with experts. There were no less than 100 Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, they were all high-level Emperor Realm experts. It was unrealistic to barge into the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Once the Emperor Realm experts in the Demon Dragon Prefecture were alerted death would be the only way out. Therefore, there was only one way. That was to find a way to sneak into the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Xing Swansea would definitely die. Therefore, the trip to the Demon Dragon Prefecture. For Lin Feng, it was imperative. How do I get in? Lin Feng frowned. Entering the Demon Dragon Prefecture was the most important thing now. If he couldn't enter the Demon Dragon Prefecture, how could he kill Xing Swansea? Drive, drive, drive. Right at this moment, 3 ferocious beasts were pulling a beast carriage. The beast carriage stopped outside the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Whose carriage is this? Why aren't you stopping it? The leader of the guards said coldly. The one driving the carriage was a middle-aged female cultivator. She said coldly, "Are you blind? Can't you recognize Fairy Xingyun's carriage?" "What? Is Fairy Xingyun sitting in the carriage?" The leader's expression changed slightly. Fairy Xingyun was a famous expert in the starry sky world. Moreover, Fairy Xingyun had a great background. It was said that she was related to the demon realm. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 3357. He was being reprimanded by a coachman. The guard leader felt that he had lost all face and was incomparably furious in his heart. However, thinking that this coachman was Fairy Xingyun's coachman, the guard was wary and did not dare to make a move. However, he did not step aside. The guard leader said, "Every cultivator who enters the Demon Dragon Mansion has to be checked. This is our responsibility. Fairy Xingyun, please understand the difficulties of our subordinates." When the middle-aged woman heard the guard leader's words, her face darkened. Just as she was about to say something, a melodious voice that sounded like the chirping of an oriole came from the beast carriage. "Aunt Rome, don't make things difficult for these guards. They are just following the rules." As soon as the voice finished speaking, the curtain was pulled open. A veiled woman appeared in their line of sight. She must be Fairy Xingyun. The guard leader looked inside the beast carriage and did not find anything unusual. Then he said, "Open the demon-revealing mirror. Check it carefully." The eyes of the middle-aged woman, who was addressed as Aunt Rome, turned cold. "Don't tell me you don't want face." This Aunt Rome had an extremely bad temper. However, her cultivation was terrifying. When she was angry, a terrifying aura was emitted from her body. Thump, thump. The guard leader could not bear it and knelt down. The hundreds of guards around him knelt down as well. The guard leader wanted to say something, but he was shocked to find that he could not even utter a word. He felt as though his body was going to collapse at any moment. It was a terrible feeling. The guard leader was an expert who was only a step away from becoming a great emperor. He did not even dare to imagine what level the coachman was at. Emperor or emperor sect? The guard leader could not help but think to himself, Aunt Rome, spare these people. If they want to use the demon-revealing mirror, let them do so. Fairy Xing Yun said. Her voice was still as melodious as ever. Just by listening to her voice, one could fall in love with her. Fairy Xing Yun might be such a woman. There was no need to look at her figure or her appearance. Just by listening to her voice, one could not help but fall in love with her. Humph, I'll spare your lives. Search quickly. Don't waste my young miss time. The guard leader naturally knew how to behave. At this moment, he did not dare to use the demon-revealing mirror to check. He quickly said, I have misspoken. Please forgive me this time. Sir and Fairy Xing Yun are both important figures. Naturally, there won't be any problems. You're really a dog. If I don't whip you, you won't learn your lesson. Aunt Rong said angrily. The guard leader smiled bitterly, but he didn't dare to refute. If he really dared to refute, he would be slapped to death by this Aunt Rong. At that time, he would have died in vain. The Demon Dragon clan would not offend such a powerhouse for him. Fairy Xing Yun returned to the beast carriage and drew the curtains once again. Meanwhile, Aunt Rong drove the beast carriage into the Demon Dragon mansion. This carriage is not something that any small ant can climb onto. The immortal carriage is extraordinary. If a weak ant climbs onto it, it won't be able to withstand the aura here, and will only lose its life. Fairy Xing Yun sat in the beast carriage. She extended her hand and gently tapped an ant in the beast carriage. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a flash of light. The ant in the beast carriage turned into a cultivator. This cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. The beast carriage was extraordinary. It was densely covered with restrictions. The demon-revealing mirror couldn't see the situation inside the beast carriage. As such, when the beast carriage opened, Lin Feng used the transformation technique and turned into an ant to hide in the beast carriage. He then avoided the detection of the demon-revealing mirror. Lin Feng initially wanted to leave without making any noise. Who would have thought that Fairy Xing Yun would discover him? Lin Feng extended his hand to block Fairy Xing Yun's attack. Bang! It was accompanied by a violent collision sound. Fairy Xing Yun and Lin Feng collided for the first time. The beast carriage was soundproof. Aunt Rong, who was outside, didn't notice anything. Fairy, why do you have to be so aggressive? Lin Feng asked. You sneaked into the beast carriage and entered the Demon Dragon mansion. Who are you? What's your motive? Fairy Xing Yun said coldly. Her slender hands moved continuously, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She grabbed at Lin Feng's neck. Fairy, why have you come to the Demon Dragon mansion? Lin Feng asked. He reached out again and grabbed Fairy Xing Yun's slender hand. Why should I tell you my business? Fairy Xing Yun snorted coldly. She lifted her leg and kicked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed Fairy Xing Yun's slender hand with his right hand and her ankle with his left. Then he said, Perhaps we can sit down and talk peacefully. Let go of me. Fairy Xing Yun glared at Lin Feng fiercely. She thought that she could easily take down this man in front of her, but who would have thought close combat? She actually lost. Instead, she was suppressed by this man. Although she wasn't completely restrained, Fairy Xing Yun's perception was very strong. She could sense in such a narrow space in the beast carriage. If the man in front of him wanted to kill him, he would not hesitate. She might not be able to fight him in close combat. Fairy Xingyun had always been very confident in her close combat ability. This was the first time she felt that her close combat ability couldn't be compared to others. This made Fairy Xingyun very curious as to who this man was. Fairy Xingyun is really a worm in my stomach. That's what I thought too. Moreover, watching a peerless fairy quietly and then doing something unforgettable with this peerless fairy is truly a great enjoyment in life. Lin Feng said with a smile. He let go of Fairy Xingyun. Fairy Xingyun couldn't help but roll her eyes. She glared at Lin Feng fiercely and said, "Nothing good can come out of a dog's mouth." Lin Feng said, as though he had been wronged. "What I meant was to talk about business with Fairy Xingyun. What were you thinking? Could it be that you were thinking the wrong way?" Fairy Xingyun had an impulse to kill Lin Feng with a punch. It was this shameless man who had led her astray. And this bastard still dared to say that she was thinking the wrong way? In the world, how could there be such a shameless person? "Who are you? What are you doing here? If your answer doesn't satisfy me, you should know what the consequences will be." Fairy Xingyun looked at Lin Feng coldly. "Human cultivator of 9 continents, Lin Feng. I'm here to kill." Lin Feng said, "So you're that Lin Feng?" Fairy Xingyun looked at Lin Feng deeply. Obviously, she had some understanding of Lin Feng, who was wanted by various major forces. Chapter 3358. Lin Feng said, "I can kill without leaving a trace, and come and go as I please. With my means, I can leave quietly after killing someone, and no one will be able to discover me." Humph! Fairy Xingyun snorted coldly, but did not refute Lin Feng's words. Once an expert made a move, one would know if there was one or not. When Fairy Xingyun fought with Lin Feng earlier, she had already probed Lin Feng's depth. He was indeed a powerful figure. However, Fairy Xingyun was still somewhat unconvinced, although Fairy Xingyun was also very good at close combat. However, close combat was not Fairy Xingyun's strongest technique. Fairy Xingyun's strongest technique was still the use of divine abilities. As such, Fairy Xingyun felt that if it was a battle of divine abilities, Lin Feng could forget about gaining any advantage over her. "Now, can you help me keep this a secret?" Lin Feng asked again. The news of him coming here could not be leaked. Otherwise, he would definitely be implicated. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. "Who do you want to kill?" Fairy Xingyun asked. "Xing Xuanzi." Lin Feng did not hide anything from Fairy Xingyun and said directly, "This person indeed deserves to be killed." Fairy Xingyun said. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He had not expected Fairy Xingyun to say that. Why did Fairy Xingyun think that Xing Xuanzi deserved to be killed? Among them, could there be some hidden reasons? However, Fairy Xingyun did not seem to have the intention to discuss this matter with Lin Feng. As such, Lin Feng did not probe further. "You can leave now," Fairy Xingyun said. Lin Feng looked at Fairy Xingyun and said with a smile, "You have a beautiful appearance and a melodious voice. I really want to know what kind of peerless beauty is under the veil. I wonder if I have the fortune to see it today." Fairy Xingyun said with a faint smile, "After seeing it, you will have to pay the price." Looking at Fairy Xingyun's expression, "I am destined to not be able to see the peerless beauty today." Lin Feng opened the car door. It was only then that Aunt Rong noticed Lin Feng. She was shocked and wanted to take action. However, she was stopped by Fairy Xingyun. "See you later." Lin Feng turned to look at Fairy Xingyun and said with a smile. He didn't stop and quickly disappeared into the night. "Young miss, who is he?" Aunt Rong asked doubtfully. "Lin Feng, a very interesting person." Fairy Xingyun revealed a smile. "He is that Lin Feng?" Aunt Rong had obviously heard of Lin Feng's reputation. After learning that the man just now was Lin Feng, she was very surprised. It was too easy to find the star operator's residence in the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Lin Feng was hiding in the dark. He saw a maidservant passing by, and then his divine sense quietly invaded the maidservant's mind to search for the whereabouts of the star operator. In the memory of the maid, Xing Xuanzi was an incredibly terrifying figure, because Xing Xuanzi kept asking the forces in the star field to send virgin girls to him. Every time, at least 10 of them. It was said that, after plucking, Xing Xuanzi would eat those girls as food. Moreover, he would skin them alive. It was incomparably cruel. Now, the maidservants in the Demon Dragon Prefecture all turned pale when they talked about Xing Xuan. They were afraid that they would be sent to Xing Xuanzi one day. Kill Xing Xuanzi. They didn't know how many innocent girls would be saved. This was a matter of accumulating great merit. Lin Feng found the location of Xing Xuanzi's residence in the maidservant's memory, taking advantage of the night. Lin Feng quickly sneaked over. There were people here. It was eerie. Lin Feng saw that there were many silhouettes floating around the courtyard. Unexpectedly, they were all wandering ghosts. Those wandering souls were all girls, because they died too tragically. Therefore, their resentment was extremely strong. After death, they turned into ghosts. Those wandering souls naturally wanted to find Xing Xuanzi and take his life. However, their cultivation was not enough, and they couldn't hurt Xing Xuanzi at all. No wonder no one dares to come here. This place is haunted at night. Ordinary people don't dare to come here at all. Even those who are not afraid of these ghosts probably don't want to have too much interaction with a pervert like Xing Xuanzi. Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. As soon as he sneaked into the courtyard, he heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the room. Then the voice stopped abruptly. Lin Feng guessed that it was very likely that the girls sent to Xing Xuanzi had been murdered. This bastard! Lin Feng couldn't help but curse as he rushed towards Xing Xuanzi's room. At the same time, he struck out a series of array patterns and directly sealed the entire courtyard. After sealing the courtyard, Lin Feng let out a long breath. In this way, no matter how big the commotion was, he wasn't afraid of alerting other cultivators. Bang! Lin Feng came to the door and kicked it open. Then, when Lin Feng entered the room, he saw something that made him want to vomit. On the ground, there was a dead woman lying on the ground, and Xing Xuanzi was gnawing on the woman's body. Except for the woman, Lin Feng also saw some broken limbs. Obviously, there should be many people who died before that woman. However, those people, basically, they were all eaten by Xing Xuanzi. Who are you? After seeing Lin Feng come in, Xing Xuanzi's eyes suddenly revealed a dense killing intent. The person who will kill you, Lin Feng said coldly. Hearing this, Xing Xuanzi suddenly sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of me? Kid, go to hell. Xing Xuanzi leaped out and blasted a palm toward Lin Feng. This Xing Xuanzi not only had extremely profound attainments in the art of deduction, his cultivation was also extremely powerful. He was actually an immortal emperor-level powerhouse. However, so what if he was an immortal emperor? In front of Lin Feng, he still couldn't do anything. Facing Xing Xuanzi's attack, Lin Feng met it with a palm. Bang! The two sides collided. That tyrannical power surged out. Wah! Xing Xuanzi was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm. In midair, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face revealed an expression of extreme shock. Such a young cultivator actually had such a terrifying cultivation. Moreover, the cultivator in front of him was still a human cultivator. A person suddenly appeared in Xing Xuanzi's mind. "You are Lin Feng." His expression was extremely ugly as he said, "That's me. Did you not expect that I would personally come here to take your life?" Lin Feng looked coldly at Xing Xuanzi. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. "Kid, you don't take the right path to heaven, but you barge into hell. This is the Demon Dragon Mansion, where experts are as common as clouds. You are simply courting death by coming here." As his voice faded, Xing Xuanzi took out a dozen jade talismans. Then, a dozen jade talismans flew toward Lin Feng and exploded. Xing Xuanzi wanted to use the energy of the jade talisman's explosion to stall Lin Feng, and he himself shattered the roof with a palm. Then, Chapter 3359. Boom! A loud sound was heard. After more than a dozen jade talismans exploded, the terrifying energy instantly flooded Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's reaction was too fast. He turned around and rushed back. He dodged the power of the jade talisman's explosion. At this moment, Xing Xuan had already rushed outside. He wanted to go forward and call for help. However, he found that the entire courtyard was sealed by a restriction. Lin Feng chased after him and said with an indifferent expression, "Xing Xuan, I heard that your divination technique has reached the peak of perfection. Have you ever divined that you would die here today?" Xing Xuan's expression was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "It's not that easy to kill me." Swish! With a flash of light, Xing Xuan took out a treasure. This treasure turned out to be a demonic banner type, supreme treasure. With a light wave of this magic banner type treasure, endless evil spirits appeared. Those evil spirits were all moving towards Lin Feng to kill him. This 10,000 ghost banner has been refined by me for a total of 120,000 years. Originally, this treasure was my trump card. I wouldn't use this treasure easily to avoid exposing my trump card. But now, you force me into such a tight corner. I'll use this treasure in advance and let you have a taste of what it's like to die from being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. Xing Xuan's voice was extremely cold, containing monstrous killing intent. He was obviously very confident in this supreme treasure of his. Therefore, in Xing Xuan's opinion, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. No matter how Lin Feng struggled in front of him, in the end, it would only be a dead end. Screech! A sharp and ear-piercing cry was heard. The densely packed evil spirits let out mournful roars. All of them pounced toward Lin Feng. The cries of so many evil spirits could instantly destroy a cultivator's soul. However, Lin Feng's soul was protected by the primal chaos ancient lamp, so he was not afraid of the soul attack of 10,000 ghosts. "Humph! Today, I'll take care of your 10,000 ghosts." Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. He waved his hand. Suddenly, a treasure flew out. This treasure, it was the ghost raising jar. The two ghost emperors were born from the ghost raising jar. The ghost raising jar was the nemesis of these ghosts. The ghost raising jar floated in the air. An incomparably powerful devouring force gushed out. Waves of powerful devouring power engulfed the group of malicious ghosts that were pouncing on them. Those malicious ghosts, all of them were swallowed by the ghost raising jar. No, no, no. After seeing this scene, Xing Xuanzi's eyes turned blood red. How difficult was it for him to nurture those malicious ghosts? However, those malicious ghosts were actually swallowed by Lin Feng's ghost raising jar. Xing Xuanzi was simply mad with hatred. Now he wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, the reality was that he had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Originally, Xing Xuanzi wanted to rely on the 10,000 ghosts banner to deal with Lin Feng. Now, the 10,000 ghosts of the 10,000 ghosts banner had been devoured by Lin Feng's ghost raising jar. The power of the myriad ghosts banner could no longer be unleashed. Whoosh! Xing Xuanzi turned around and rushed out of the courtyard. He took out hundreds of jade talismans. Boom! Those jade talismans exploded at the same time. It produced an energy that could destroy heaven and earth. The jade talismans wanted to destroy the array that Lin Feng had set up. However, the energy of the jade talisman's explosion was blocked by the array that Lin Feng had set up. Xing Xuanzi's plan fell through. And at this time, Lin Feng had already arrived beside Xing Xuanzi and punched towards Xing Xuanzi. The power of that punch, shattering heaven and earth. Xing Xuanzi hurriedly exchanged a punch with Lin Feng. Kacha! His arm was directly broken. Lin Feng's unparalleled punch then blasted onto Xing Xuanzi's chest. Kacha! The bones in Xing Xuanzi's chest were directly broken. Xing Xuanzi suffered heavy injuries from Lin Feng's terrifying attack. Seal! Following that, Lin Feng used the 8 divine seals, wanting to seal Xing Xuanzi. This person, Xing Xuanzi, could be said to be extremely guilty. He deserved to die 10,000 times. However, Lin Feng did not plan to kill him directly, because that would be letting Xing Xuanzi off too easily. One seal after another was applied on Xing Xuanzi's body. Xing Xuanzi was directly sealed by Lin Feng. Have you thought about how to die? Lin Feng looked at Xing Xuanzi with an indifferent expression. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Star Assembly sect. Our Star Assembly sect's disciples are as high as the clouds. We even have experts of the Holy Emperor level guarding us. Moreover, each of them is proficient in the art of deduction. If you kill me, the Star Assembly sect will not let you off. Xing Xuanzi directly brought out the forces behind him to threaten Lin Feng. This was the first time that Lin Feng had heard of this Star Assembly sect. However, from Xing Xuanzi's methods, one could see that this Star Assembly sect was extraordinary. Perhaps it was just as Xing Xuanzi had said. If he really killed Xing Xuanzi, perhaps he would offend this Colossus Star Assembly sect. But, so what if he offended this Colossus Star Assembly sect? This person, Xing Xuanzi, must die today. Lin Feng looked coldly at Xing Xuanzi and said, Today, no matter what you bring out, no one can save you. There should be a lot of innocent people who have died tragically in your hands all these years. I see that outside this courtyard, there are densely packed, malicious ghosts. Those malicious ghosts should be the malicious ghosts that were formed from their resentment after being cruelly killed by you, right? I won't kill you myself. I'll let those malicious ghosts who hate you to the bone kill you. No, spare me. I beg you to spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do anything. Xing Xuanzi begged loudly. He was really afraid, because his mana was now sealed by Lin Feng. He was not much different from an ordinary person. How could he deal with those malicious ghosts outside who hated him to the bone? Thinking of facing those malicious ghosts with his flesh and blood, Xing Xuanzi felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Feng said coldly, The cycle of karma, retribution is not good. This is the punishment you deserve. As the sound of his voice faded, Lin Feng opened a restriction in the courtyard. Then he sent a sound transmission to those malicious ghosts, saying, Xing Xuanzi has already been captured by me. If there's a grudge, take revenge. If there's a grudge, take revenge. Come in. When those malicious ghosts that were lingering outside the courtyard heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately became extremely excited and rushed in. Densely packed malicious ghosts. They looked at Xing Xuanzi with incomparably resentful eyes. After Lin Feng saw all these malicious ghosts fly in, he sealed off the courtyard. Xing Xuanzi, we died so miserably. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Go to hell. One by one, the malicious ghosts roared and pounced towards Xing Swansea. Don't come over. All of you get lost. Don't come over, Xing Swansea cried out in fear. But it was impossible to stop those malicious ghosts. The densely packed malicious ghosts surrounded Xing Swansea. One by one, the malicious ghosts drank Xing Swansea's blood and ate his flesh. Chapter 3360. Thank you for your help, young master. If not for young master, we definitely wouldn't have been able to take revenge. The female ghosts thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to thank me. Now that the resentment in your hearts has dissipated, you can enter the cycle of reincarnation." Who knows if there really is a cycle of reincarnation in this world? The female ghost said. Then they all left. They disappeared into the night. This was not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng also planned to leave. This time, Lin Feng wanted to find a place to cultivate for a period of time. He wanted to finish cultivating the 3,000 great Taoists before thinking about what to do next. Lin Feng turned into a spirit insect and rushed out of the door. The light of the demon revealing mirror shone on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's figure appeared. However, Lin Feng had already left quickly. By the time the guards reported this matter, Lin Feng had already left the Dragon Eye planet. He was traveling in the starry sky world. Lin Feng avoided wave after wave of cultivators who surrounded him. Gradually, he left the vast starry sky world. Lin Feng originally thought that he was about to completely escape danger, but he didn't expect to run into a group of starry sky bandits. They were from the Fiend Bandits, and the leader was the young leader, Xie Duanhuan. "Brother Lin, I didn't expect that we would meet here," Xie Duanhuan said to Lin Feng with a fake smile. Lin Feng said, "Yes, I really didn't expect that. Brother Xie, where are you planning to go?" "I have nothing to do, so I'm casually walking around in the starry sky world," Xie Duanhuan said. Then he said meaningfully, "I heard that during this period, many people have been searching for Brother Lin's whereabouts. It seems that those people didn't expect that Brother Lin would actually leave this place." Lin Feng said indifferently, "The first stop of a starry sky voyage is quite rich. However, now that I'm leaving this place, I'm destined to have nothing to do with those forces." "It seems that Brother Lin is really magnanimous. Are you only using those forces as stepping stones?" Xie Duanhuan could not help but say, "Perhaps they can be called stepping stones. At the very least, they did serve the purpose of honing my strength." Lin Feng said, "Brother Lin, you are truly open-minded. My father has heard many things about Brother Lin. He wishes to meet Brother Lin. Is that possible?" Xie Duanhuan asked with a smile, but there was a sinister expression hidden in the depths of his eyes. Xie Duanhuan's Evil Devil Bandit Group was a notorious bandit group in the starry sky world. He was completely unprincipled when doing things. He killed without batting an eyelid. Lin Feng had always been very wary of Xie Duanhuan. Xie Duanhuan's invitation, Lin Feng naturally would not agree. If he really went, that was to enter the tiger's den. At that time, he would most likely die. Lin Feng said, "I'm afraid it's a bit unfortunate because I still have some things to deal with. After I'm done, I'll definitely pay you a visit." Xie Duanhuan's expression darkened. He sneered and said, "So, Brother Lin doesn't want to give me face. What are you talking about? I'm indeed busy, so I can't go. I hope Brother Xie can understand." Lin Feng said. Xie Duanhuan sneered and said, "I really can't understand. Since Brother Lin doesn't know how to appreciate favors, I can only force Brother Lin to meet my father. Once we fight, swords and sabers have no eyes. I hope Brother Lin won't blame me if I injure Brother Lin." As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Duanhuan waved his hand. In an instant, ancient ships surrounded Lin Feng. There were a total of 12 ancient ships. Every ancient starry sky ship had an expert overseeing it. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Since Brother Xie wants to fight, I can only accompany you to the end." Swoosh! With a flash of light, the ancient ship Xianyuan flew out. Lin Feng flew into the ancient ship Xianyuan. "Attack!" Xie Duanhuan ordered. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of a bugle horn resounded through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient starships launched powerful attacks one after another. Spirit stone cannonballs streaked across the starry sky world and bombarded the ancient ship Xianyuan. The power of these spirit stone cannonballs was incomparably tyrannical, not to mention the spirit stone cannonballs launched by the 12 ancient ships. The power was even more formidable. The spirit stone cannonballs fell like rain. At this moment, Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Emperor rune restriction on the ancient ship Xianyuan. The Emperor runes twisted. They formed the most powerful defensive restriction. When the dense rain of cannonballs smashed on the ancient ship Xuanyuan's defensive restriction, all of them were blocked by the defensive restriction. At this moment, the ancient ship Xianyuan also began to launch its attack. Lin Feng had previously obtained 100 bronze spirit stone cannons. These bronze spirit stone cannons were extremely powerful, and Lin Feng had equipped them all on the ancient ship Xianyuan. These bronze spirit stone cannons could be said to have directly raised the ancient ship Xuanyuan's power by several levels. But now, this was the first time these bronze spirit stone cannons had fired spirit stone cannonballs. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of loud noises. A dense number of giant spirit stone cannonballs were fired from the bronze spirit stone cannons. After these giant spirit stone cannonballs were boosted by the bronze spirit stone cannons, their power had increased to a shocking degree. Cannonballs landed on the ancient starships one by one. Then, the giant spirit stone cannonballs exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Along with a series of violent explosions, there was a series of explosions. The destructive energy bombarded the defensive restriction formed by the 12 ancient starry sky ships of the Fiend Bandit Group. Lin Feng's Xuanyuan's ancient ship Xuanyuan's defensive restriction could withstand the attack of the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit Group. However, the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit Group couldn't completely withstand the attack of the Xuanyuan's ancient ship. When the giant spirit stone cannonballs bombarded the defensive restriction of the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit Group, kacha, kacha, kacha sounds could be heard. The seals on the ancient starships began to crack. Seeing this scene, Xie Duanhuan's face suddenly changed. He had never thought that Lin Feng would have such a powerful ancient ship. One ancient starry sky ship was able to gain a crushing advantage over their 12 ancient starry sky ships. Quickly retreat, Xie Duanhuan ordered with a gloomy expression. Bang, bang, bang. However, before those ancient ships could retreat, the Xuanyuan's ancient ship had already launched a new round of attack. Giant spirit stone cannonballs once again bombarded. Suddenly, the defensive restriction of the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit Group was activated. Then, the giant spirit stone cannonballs directly hit the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit Group. Chapter 3361. Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was indeed extremely powerful. The destructive power it displayed was truly shocking. Seeing the 12 ancient starry sky ships on his side all suffer serious damage, Xie Duanhuan flew into a rage. He couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Xie Duanhuan ordered the 12 ancient starry sky ships to quickly withdraw from the battlefield. If they didn't withdraw now, the 12 ancient starry sky ships would really be destroyed by Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The value of these starry sky ships was extremely high. Every loss of one ancient starry sky ship was a great loss. Such a loss. Even their demonic bandit group would feel the pain. This battle was extremely intense. Lin Feng constantly controlled the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship to attack the 12 ancient starry sky ships of the demonic bandit group. The huge spirit stone cannonballs rained down like rain. They were simply too dense. Since they had already made their move, they should kill all of them instead of letting them escape. If they were to let them escape, that would be the only way. It would be very disadvantageous for him, because the other party would most likely invite more powerhouses. One had to know that the demonic bandit group had countless experts. There were even venerable sovereigns in charge. If they really invited so many experts, he would die without a burial place. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to wipe out these people. The dense barrage of giant spirit stone shells caused great damage to the 12 ancient starry sky ships of the demonic bandit group. The 12 ancient starry sky ships exploded one after another. Many cultivators couldn't escape from the 12 ancient starry sky ships and were killed inside the 12 ancient starry sky ships. Some cultivators who were lucky enough to escape from the cabins couldn't escape from the ancient starry sky ships. Then, they were drowned by the powerful energy generated by the exploding giant spirit stone shells. Then, they died tragically in the explosion of the giant spirit stone shells. This battle was completely one-sided. After Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was upgraded, it had become almost invincible. It was very difficult to find an ancient starry sky ship that could match the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship in the starry sky world. Unless a large number of ancient starry sky ships besieged Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Moreover, in order to destroy Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky battleship, it would have to be as easy as crushing dry weeds. This was because Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky battleship had the ability to repair itself. If he couldn't destroy Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship would be able to repair itself. In that case, it would be impossible to destroy the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. More than half of the cultivators on the 12 ancient starships had died. Only a small portion of the remaining cultivators managed to escape in a sorry state. Following that, all 12 ancient ships exploded. Those cultivators who were lucky enough to escape with their lives were all injured. As a result, the battle prowess of these people naturally fell drastically. Seeing the destruction of the 12 ancient starships and the deaths of so many of his subordinates, he couldn't help but sigh. Xie Duanhuan's face turned ugly. Xie Duanhuan had dominated the starry sky for a long time. He had never suffered such a big loss before. But now, he had suffered such a big loss in Lin Feng's hands. Xie Duanhuan's hatred towards Lin Feng had reached its peak. Xie Duanhuan ordered the remaining cultivators to bombard Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship with weapons. Lin Feng looked indifferent and continued to order the miniature puppets on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship to fire a dense barrage of spirit stone shells. The attacks of Xie Duanhuan's subordinates were once again blocked by the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's defenses. The spirit stone shells fired by the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship directly exploded in the midst of the demonic bandit group's crowd. A large number of cultivators were killed by the explosions. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's offensive grew stronger and stronger. Finally, as time passed, the demonic bandit group only had a little more than 100 people left. Originally, they had more than 10,000 people on their side. But now, those cultivators had basically been killed by the spirit stone shells fired by the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. But Lin Feng still hadn't made a move yet. He had almost wiped out the other party. This was because the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was too powerful. Ever since the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship had been upgraded, its power had suddenly increased to an unbelievable level. The remaining 100 people were basically the most powerful group of cultivators. There were several heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses. However, they didn't have any Emperor Realm powerhouses on their side, because Emperor Realm powerhouses were the overlords of the starry sky world. Existences of this level rarely moved outside, even if the demonic bandit group had a few Emperor Realm powerhouses. But those people weren't people that Xie Duanhuan could command. Although Xie Duanhuan was the son of the demonic bandit group's leader. But he didn't have the strength to make those Emperor Realm powerhouses listen to his orders. The world of cultivators was like this. Most of the time, strength was important, even if your identity wasn't ordinary, but if your strength wasn't up to par. Those top-notch powerhouses wouldn't listen to your orders. If the other party had an Emperor Realm powerhouse, Lin Feng might have paid more attention to them. But these people didn't even have an Emperor Realm powerhouse. How could they be Lin Feng's match? Lin Feng directly flew out of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. He put the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship away, then looked coldly at Xie Duanhuan. He sneered and said, "Xie Duanhuan, do you think I don't know why you approached me? Everyone knows the ambition of a wolf. I didn't fall out with you because I couldn't be bothered to deal with you. But since you want to die today, I don't mind fulfilling your wish." Xie Duanhuan's expression became even more unsightly. He said coldly, "Lin Feng, do you think you can fight against so many of us by yourself? You think too highly of yourself. Apart from myself, I have 3 immortal emperors for emperor gods and more than 100 boundary emperors. With so many people working together, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand." Xie Duanhuan was very confident in his side's strength. Although the 2 ancient starships had collided, he had suffered a great loss. But Xie Duanhuan believed, if it was a battle between cultivators, when the time came, Lin Feng would die. There was no way he could survive. Xie Duanhuan was so confident because he had experienced many great battles over the years. Every time they fought, he would emerge victorious in the end. In addition, Lin Feng was alone, and they had more people on their side. Lin Feng was strong enough and had many treasures on him, but Lin Feng hadn't entered the Emperor Realm. Xie Duanhuan admitted that Lin Feng was very strong, but Xie Duanhuan believed that Lin Feng wasn't as strong as the rumors said. There must be some exaggeration in the rumors. "Attack! Kill him!" Xie Duanhuan ordered. One cultivator after another took out their treasures. A terrifying aura spread out. All kinds of attacks surged out. Magical powers and magic treasures gathered together, containing a world-destroying wave of energy. Together, they flooded towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably cold. Chapter 3362. Once the boundless domineering aura was used, it would be the most violent attack. There was a difference between the boundless domineering aura and a magnetic field. Magnetic field. Its greatest use was to imprison and suppress. Next was attack, defense, and so on. And the boundless domineering aura was the craziest attack. The attack contained within the boundless domineering aura was too powerful. This was a terrifying attack that you could never imagine. The power was so strong that it was simply shocking. When the boundless domineering aura bombarded the bodies of those cultivators, suddenly a series of explosions could be heard. The cultivators of the evil devil bandit group were simply unable to withstand the attack of this terrifying sacred art. One by one, the cultivators' bodies exploded under the attack of the boundless domineering aura. The bodies of those cultivators crumbled, their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they died miserably on the spot. In the blink of an eye, there were only 8 people left on the other side. These 8 people were Xie Duanhuan, 3 immortal emperors, and 4 divine lord-level cultivators. The rest of them had all fallen. Seeing this scene, the corner of Xie Duanhuan's mouth twitched violently. Boundless anger seemed to ignite his body. So many subordinates. There were many experts. It was not easy to recruit these experts. Now, so many experts had all fallen. The losses of the evil devil bandit group were simply too great. Xie Duanhuan knew that he had underestimated Lin Feng's battle strength this time, although he knew that Lin Feng's battle strength was extraordinary. However, he did not expect that Lin Feng would be so powerful. It was simply shocking. An immortal emperor-level powerhouse said, "Young master, this person is simply too powerful. We should not continue to fight with him. We should leave quickly and report this matter to the higher-ups. At that time, the leader will definitely send experts to kill this child. If we want to kill this child, we must send out an immortal emperor-level powerhouse to have any hope." Xie Duanhuan did not want to admit this point, but what this immortal emperor-level powerhouse said was very reasonable. In Xie Duanhuan's heart, he could not help but feel a deep sense of jealousy towards Lin Feng. He was also so young. Why was Lin Feng abnormal to such an extent? Xie Duanhuan wished so much that he could have Lin Feng's ability, but he didn't have such ability. Xie Duanhuan really wanted to kill Lin Feng right now. He wanted to kill all the young cultivators who were more talented than him and had a brighter future than him. Jealousy could make a person extremely crazy. It could even make people go to extremes. Xie Duanhuan was such a person. Xie Duanhuan and the others wanted to escape. Then he invited experts to kill Lin Feng. But how could Lin Feng give him this opportunity? Lin Feng was like the grim reaper who had just walked out of hell. Step by step, he walked towards Xie Duanhuan and the others. A cold expression appeared on his face as he sneered. "It's too late to escape now. Have you decided how you want to die?" This time, Lin Feng didn't use his endless domineering aura. Instead, he used his magnetic field. The magnetic field formed by the superposition of the 3 heists was extremely powerful. It directly enveloped Xie Duanhuan and the other 7 great emperors. After being enveloped by the magnetic field, these people's battle power was greatly weakened. His movements also became sluggish. Their speed was greatly reduced compared to before. Lin Feng rushed forward and took out the black dragon sword. With the black dragon sword in his hand, he slashed towards an emperor god level expert. When the god emperors saw Lin Feng coming for him, a sinister expression appeared on his face. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he waved the long saber in his hand and slashed at Lin Feng. Clang, 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 clang. The black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand clashed with the god emperor's long saber. The long saber in the cultivator's hand was directly split into 2 by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Then, the black dragon sword's power didn't decrease. It viciously struck the head of this god emperor cultivator. With a poochie sound, fresh blood spurted out. The god emperor's head was directly chopped off by Lin Feng. Seeing the death of this god emperor cultivator, Lin Feng's face was filled with a cold smile. He looked coldly at Xie Duanhuan and the others and said, "This is only the first person. Next, it's your turn." As his voice fell, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the second god emperors. The second god emperors fought with Lin Feng. Similarly, he was not Lin Feng's opponent and was killed by Lin Feng's sword. Xie Duanhuan did not dare to stay and quickly fled. Actually, there were many great emperors on Xie Duanhuan's side. If they joined forces, they would fight to the death with Lin Feng. It was hard to say what the final result would be. After all, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, he was only one person. But when Xie Duanhuan and the others saw how strong Lin Feng was, their confidence completely collapsed. Thus, they did not have the courage to fight with Lin Feng. They only thought of escaping. It was precisely because they were afraid before the battle. The defeat of these people was already destined. Xie Duanhuan looked at the other two god emperors and then said in a deep voice, "The two of you go and stop Lin Feng." Wasn't intercepting Lin Feng now the same as sending himself to death? The two great emperors naturally did not agree. The two of them ignored Xie Duanhuan and flew in the other direction. They actually chose to get rid of Xie Duanhuan. What are you doing? Could it be that you want to betray the evil devil bandits? Seeing the two great emperors leave, Xie Duanhuan could not help but roar in anger. One of the great emperors sneered, "Xie Duanhuan, although we have joined the evil devil bandits, we are not your subordinates. Our status is on the same level as yours, and you do not have the qualifications to order us around. If not for the fact that you are the son of the leader, do you think we would listen to you? Now that this Lin Feng is unable to fight against him, we do not want to die with you." The second great emperor said, "That's right. You provoked this Lin Feng yourself, and it has nothing to do with us. This person obviously wants to kill you, so we must draw a clear line with you." After the two god emperors finished speaking, they sped up and fled. The expressions of the other three immortal emperors also became uncertain. Lin Feng quickly killed his way over. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, the three immortal emperors gritted their teeth. They also quickly made a decision. "Young master, when disaster strikes, let's split up and flee." After the three immortal emperors left these words, they all flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the five great emperors abandoned Xie Duanhuan and fled. This Xie Duanhuan directly fell into a state of complete abandonment. Chapter 33:63. Xie Duanhuan's roar was more like a hysterical roar before his death. His roar was useless. It was unable to change the minds of those great emperors who had left. How does it feel to be betrayed? Lin Feng looked at Xie Duanhuan indifferently. Towards this person, he had already made up his mind to kill, and would definitely not give Xie Duanhuan a chance to escape. Lin Feng, you little bastard. If you want to kill me, you're still far from it." Xie Duanhuan roared, and then took out a jade talisman. It was actually a void teleportation talisman. This void teleportation talisman could open a void gate and teleport Xie Duanhuan out instantly. Once activated, the power of the void teleportation talisman could be released. "BB." Lin Feng hurriedly sent a sound transmission to BB. "Ya. Ya." After the little guy heard Lin Feng's summon, it flew out and waved its little claws. Rainbow immortal light shot out. At the same time, Xie Duanhuan crushed the void teleportation talisman. But the void gate could not be condensed. Why is it like this? Xie Duanhuan roared in disbelief. He was still hoping to escape with the help of the void teleportation gate. But now, the void teleportation gate did not even appear, so this plan would naturally fail. Xie Duanhuan could not accept what he saw. His eyes couldn't help but turn blood red. Little BB's race talent is to imprison the void. Your void teleportation talisman is also useless. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and charged towards Xie Duanhuan. He directly slashed at Xie Duanhuan with his sword. The power of the black dragon sword. It suddenly exploded out. Xie Duanhuan was shocked. He hurriedly took out his magic treasure. His magic treasure was actually an emperor weapon. This emperor weapon was called Yama's blade. The king of hell will let you die at midnight. He would not let you live until dawn. Yama's blade slashed out. Ghosts and gods were not left behind. The power was great. It was shocking. This emperor weapon. It was obviously a very high-level emperor weapon. Lin Feng guessed that Xie Duanhuan might have obtained this monarch weapon by chance. Of course, it could also be a protective treasure given to him by his father. The Yama's blade slashed out, even forming a hazy shadow. The illusory figure was incomparably powerful and terrifying. His aura was terrifying. That phantom. It appeared to be the projection of the King Yanluo of hell. The power of Yama's saber had reached a shocking level. However, no matter how powerful this supreme treasure was, it was unable to contend against Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Clang! The Yama saber and the black dragon sword collided. An earth-shaking sound of violent collisions rang out. Xie Duanhuan's hands that were holding the King of Hell's blade were shattered. Blood immediately flowed out. His entire body was sent flying. Why is your cultivation level so low? His battle prowess is so strong. Xie Duanhuan couldn't help but roar in anger. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with deep jealousy. Lin Feng said faintly, "Bloodline and sacred art. I have the undying bloodline and the sovereign emperor bloodline. I have cultivated no less than 10 kinds of sacred arts from ancient to modern times. In addition, I have cultivated more than 600 kinds of 3,000 great Daos, and I still have hundreds of 3,000 great Daos that I have yet to cultivate. Do you know why I have such battle prowess?" When Xie Duanhuan heard Lin Feng's words, his expression suddenly changed. Xie Duanhuan had also heard that Lin Feng had cultivated many powerful sacred arts. However, Xie Duanhuan didn't expect that Lin Feng had cultivated so many 3,000 great Daos. It was truly inconceivable. Therefore, Xie Duanhuan had completely given up on continuing to fight with Lin Feng. He only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. If he was given another chance, he would be able to do it again. Xie Duanhuan didn't even want to provoke Lin Feng, this demon. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Xie Duanhuan turned around and fled into the distance. However, the difference between his speed and Lin Feng's was huge. He couldn't get rid of Lin Feng's pursuit at all. Lin Feng quickly chased over. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and once again slashed towards Xie Duanhuan. "Lin Feng, do you really want to kill me? Let me go. I will never be invincible with you again." Xie Duanhuan shouted in a deep voice. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "If you want to beat a snake, you have to kill it with a stick. Otherwise, you might be bitten by the snake." Lin Feng compared Xie Duanhuan to a snake. His comparison was extremely appropriate. Xie Duanhuan was like a poisonous snake. This hatred was formed. This person must die. Or else, the unlucky one might be himself. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. After feeling the terrifying power of the black dragon sword, Xie Duanhuan's face suddenly revealed a look of shock. He turned around and slashed at the black dragon sword. Clang! The black dragon sword and Xie Duanhuan's Yama saber collided once again. Xie Duanhuan's arm was almost broken. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. This attack, just now, it directly injured Xie Duanhuan, and Lin Feng's attacks were endless. After Xie Duanhuan was sent flying, he quickly chased after him. The black dragon sword once again slashed out. Xie Duanhuan was tired of dealing with it. Once again, he waved his saber to block. Clang! The saber and sword collided. Clang! This time, when they collided, Lin Feng unleashed the supreme reincarnation fist, this unparalleled sacred art. The supreme Tao. This was Lin Feng's own Tao. When the supreme reincarnation fist was activated, the sacred art array formed by all the sacred arts in Lin Feng's body was operating quickly. Together with the supreme reincarnation fist's divine ability grand formation, it shone brightly. The reason why Lin Feng had used such a powerful skill was because he wanted to end the battle quickly. With the fastest speed, he took care of Xie Duanhuan. Xie Duanhuan used the Qilin divine arm to block Lin Feng's attack. His arm directly turned into a Qilin arm. The power of one punch. It was also extremely terrifying, but there was nothing he could do. He was still unable to compete with Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and Xie Duanhuan collided. Then, cracking sounds came out. Xie Duanhuan's arm directly broke. Xie Duanhuan couldn't help but scream. The next moment, Lin Feng's tyrannical punch directly landed on Xie Duanhuan's chest. How could Xie Duanhuan withstand Lin Feng's terrifying attack? Xie Duanhuan's body directly exploded. A grayish-brown ball of light wanted to tear the void and escape, but it was directly suppressed by Lin Feng. This grayish-brown ball of light was Xie Duanhuan's soul. Lin Feng, you little beast, I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse your future fate to be 10 times, 100 times more miserable than mine. Xie Duanhuan's soul cursed bitterly. Soul-searching technique. Chapter 33:64. Those ancient forces would often set up restrictions in the minds of their disciples in order to prevent their disciples from being searched by others when they were robbed, and then steal all kinds of secrets or inheritances of the sect. But Xie Duanhuan did not come from those ancient forces. His father was a heinous space bandit. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that there was no restriction in Xie Duanhuan's mind that could destroy the soul. So, he used the soul-searching technique on Xie Duanhuan. Soon, Lin Feng found that his guess was completely correct. There was indeed no soul restriction in Xie Duanhuan's mind. Lin Feng began to search Xie Duanhuan's soul. All kinds of memories flashed through his mind like a fleeting view of flowers. In the end, Lin Feng found the various magical powers that Xie Duanhuan cultivated. Lin Feng was surprised to find that Xie Duanhuan had cultivated 86 kinds of 3,000 great Daos. And among these 86 kinds of 3,000 great Daos, there were 72 kinds of 3,000 great Daos that he had never cultivated before. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained a total of 961 kinds of 3,000 great Daos. If these 3,000 great Daos were included, added together, it would be 1,033 kinds of 3,000 great Daos. Originally, Lin Feng planned to collect at least 1,000 kinds of 3,000 great Daos before considering breaking through to the Emperor realm. Now, Lin Feng's minimum goal had been achieved. Lin Feng then destroyed Xie Duanhuan's soul. After collecting Xie Duanhuan's origin and storage ring, Lin Feng and Bibi left together. Bibi, this little fellow, had never slept since she woke up. She began to eat crazily, all kinds of heaven and earth spirit essence. Bibi did not refuse. She ate until her little belly was round. Now, Bibi returned to the mountain river ring to enjoy the delicious food. and Lin Feng quickly flew towards the depths of the starry sky world. He needed to find a place to refine the hundreds of 3,000 great Daos. Evil Demon Star, Origin Spirit Lamp Hall. There were many Origin Spirit lamps enshrined here. To be able to be enshrined here, the owners of the Origin Spirit lamps all had extraordinary origins, or they were the relatives of the leader of the evil demon bandits. Otherwise, they were the higher-ups of the evil demon bandits. Today, 2 Emperor Realm cultivators had their Yuan spirit lamps shattered one after another. This matter was discovered by the guards stationed in the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall. These guards hurriedly reported this matter to their superiors. It was a big deal that 2 great emperors had fallen at the same time. The upper echelons of the evil demon bandits arrived one after another. Even the leader of the evil demon bandits had come in person. However, these people had just arrived at the Primordial Spirit Lamp Palace. Cracking sounds could be heard. Another Primordial Spirit Lamp shattered. This time, it was the broken Primordial Spirit Lamp. It was Xie Duanhuan's Origin Spirit Lamp. Soon after, the demonic bandits issued a bounty in the starry sky. The content is as follows. Anyone who could capture Lin Feng alive would be rewarded with a Grand Emperor Grade Monarch weapon, 10 types of 3,000 Great Daos, and 10 million Immortal Stones. Anyone who could kill Lin Feng would be rewarded with an Imperial Lord-level Imperial weapon, 5 types of 3,000 Great Daos, and 8 million Immortal Stones. As soon as the Starry Sky bounty was posted, this immediately caused an uproar in the Starry Sky world. The rewards of the evil demon bandits were simply too generous. Following that, many people inquired about why the evil demon bandits would issue a bounty in the starry sky. It quickly disappeared and spread out. It turned out that the young leader of the evil demon bandits, Xie Duanhuan, was killed by Lin Feng. Thus, the leader of the evil demon bandits was furious. He swore that no matter what price he had to pay, he would kill Lin Feng. And he wouldn't kill Lin Feng. He swore not to give up. That was why he issued such a generous bounty in the starry sky. Many forces were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. However, there were no clues. Lin Feng seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. In the dark and cold starry sky world, the stars were like silver sand in the sky. Lin Feng landed on a nameless planet. This nameless planet wasn't particularly large. Lin Feng directly drilled into the center of the planet. He was cultivating in seclusion here. As a result, he wasn't afraid of being disturbed. Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion to cultivate the hundreds of types of 3,000 great Daos he had obtained. Lin Feng's seclusion this time was a little longer, because he needed to comprehend hundreds of types of 3,000 great Daos, even with the help of the Lin word. It would take quite a bit of time. In addition, Lin Feng still wanted to comprehend the inheritance of the ancient god of space. If he could comprehend the inheritance of the ancient god of space, then Lin Feng's use of the Tao of space, it would reach an extremely profound level. Now, although Lin Feng had cultivated the Great Void technique, the Great Void technique was somewhat related to the Tao of space. But after all, it wasn't exactly the same. To be precise, the Great Void technique was a branch of the Tao of space. The Tao of space was too complicated, too mysterious, and contained thousands of things. All these years, Lin Feng had been comprehending the inheritance of the ancient god of space. However, it was a pity. The inheritance of the ancient god of space was not that easy to comprehend. Of course, Lin Feng did not give up. All these years, he had been trying to comprehend the inheritance of the ancient god of space. Lin Feng felt that he was getting closer and closer to comprehending the inheritance of the ancient god of space. Lin Feng spent a full 10 years in seclusion this time. In these 10 years, Lin Feng had successfully cultivated all 3,000 great Tao. So now, Lin Feng had already cultivated 1,033 types of the 3,000 great Tao. The tribulation light between Lin Feng's eyebrows was dazzling. It was almost unable to suppress it. "I'm going to break through to the great emperor realm," Lin Feng said. He was going to break through. Now, if he chose to break through, Lin Feng felt that there was at least a 70% chance of success. Lin Feng had been looking forward to becoming an emperor for a long time. Now, he could finally break through to this realm. However, at this moment, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. "Quickly suppress the tribulation light between your eyebrows. Don't summon the lightning tribulation. Now is not the best time to break through." Why? After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng immediately asked. Now, Lin Feng really wanted to break through. He did not want to continue waiting. "Your potential has not been fully excavated yet," Yao Jun said. "Your current accumulation is indeed strong enough, but you should realize that the light of calamity between your eyebrows can continue to be suppressed. This means that your potential hasn't been fully activated. You can choose to continue accumulating for a period of time. Of course, you can break through now, but I don't recommend it. You can obviously continue accumulating, so why don't you continue accumulating? Although breaking through now will greatly increase your battle strength, it will waste your talent. After all, breaking through to the Great Emperor realm is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since you only have one chance, you naturally have to do your best." Chapter 3365. What a cultivator could not waste the most was talent and potential. Otherwise, they were destined to not reach the heights they should have. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. Therefore, Lin Feng did not think too much about breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. He planned to do as the demon lord said. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. He continued to search for the 3,000 great Taoists to refine. The 1,033 types of 3,000 great Taoists did not reach the limit of Lin Feng's breakthrough. That was to continuously increase the number of 3,000 great Taoists. Anyway, there was still a long way to go before reaching the Undying Realm. Going to the Undying Realm, he could not be too hasty. He had to let nature take its course. While training, he would increase his cultivation. Then, he would go to the Undying Realm. This was to let nature take its course. Lin Feng continued to cultivate in seclusion. He began to study the inheritance of the Space Ancient God. What Lin Feng obtained was the inheritance of the first generation Space Ancient God. This generation's Space Ancient God was different from the other Space Ancient Gods. It was like the unique status of the first generation ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan. Naturally, it was not something that the other ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan could compare to. It was the same for the first generation Space Ancient God. He was the first existence in the era of the titled gods to truly master the path of space. Therefore, the battle strength of the first generation Space Ancient God should be the strongest. His comprehension of the path of space was also the most profound. As time passed, Lin Feng did not know when, but he vaguely heard the sound of the Tao bell. Vaguely, Lin Feng felt that he had arrived in a mysterious world. In the depths of that world, there was a mountain forest. Halfway up a mountain, there were ancient trees, cliffs, stone millstones, and so on. And an old man was sitting on a stone bench next to the stone millstone. His back was facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng tried hard to see the old man's appearance, but he tried several times. He failed. His back was facing the common people. I wonder who he is. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he was comprehending the inheritance of the first generation Space Ancient God. Could it be? Could this old man in front of him be the first-generation space ancient god. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a shocked expression. "Senior," Lin Feng said, sitting cross-legged in the forest, transforming into vegetation. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard the mysterious old man speak. He was extremely shocked. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Then, Lin Feng attempted to comprehend the Tao. However, he didn't gain anything. Wanting to comprehend the Tao of space was simply too difficult. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He wanted to continue asking the old man about the mysteries of the Tao of space. Perhaps he could be enlightened. However, when Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked ahead, the old man had already disappeared. Where did he go? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Then he sighed. He still had to rely on himself to comprehend the Tao. It was destined that he could not rely on others. Thinking of this, Lin Feng closed his eyes again. He activated the true word of Lin and tried his best to comprehend the great Tao inheritance of the ancient god of space. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he tried again and again, but he still couldn't comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the Tao. This made Lin Feng feel extremely helpless. I sensed something and entered this illusory world. That's why I was able to see that old man. Logically speaking, I should have been able to comprehend the Tao. However, I still can't comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. Where did I go wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. At this time, Lin Feng was carefully analyzing every step and process of the Tao of space. He was trying to figure out his understanding of the Tao of space. However, Lin Feng still didn't gain anything. Not long after, a light suddenly flashed in Lin Feng's mind. He thought of a sentence. Sitting cross-legged in the forest, transforming into vegetation, transforming into vegetation. What does that mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He vaguely felt that the key to comprehending the Tao this time was this sentence. Could it be that I want to transform into a stalk of grass? A tree? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He used the great transformation technique and transformed into a stalk of grass. However, he still didn't gain anything. Lin Feng used the great transformation technique again and transformed into a tree. Still, he didn't gain anything. Lin Feng finally transformed into his original body. I transformed into a stalk of grass and a tree, but I still didn't gain any enlightenment. Why is that? Lin Feng asked rhetorically. A gentle breeze blew over. Lin Feng smelled the fresh smell of grass. He heard the sound of leaves flapping. It was like the most beautiful music. It was very pleasant to the ears. Wild grass covered the mountains and plains. Ancient trees that were full of business. Lin Feng suddenly felt something in his heart. He thought of a poem. Wildfire can't burn it. It grows again when the spring breeze blows. These wild grasses were very ordinary. However, these wild grasses had extremely tenacious vitality. Even if they died again and again, they could still wake up in the next year. Then they would display even more vigorous vitality. And these ancient trees had flourishing branches. The vitality from the ancient trees continuously flowed into those branches. Lin Feng saw a withered branch. It seemed to be about to die. However, under the nourishment of the ancient tree, the withered branch actually regained vitality and finally sprouted again. The grass is telling me, no matter what happens, never give up the hope of living. The ancient tree is telling me when it grows into a towering tree, it can protect the people around it. If it reaches out, it can protect countless creatures. Am I right? Lin Feng muttered to himself. At this moment, the old man who disappeared actually appeared again. He still had his back to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng still couldn't see what the old man looked like. Then, the old man stepped into the distance. Lin Feng followed closely behind the old man. Time passed day by day. It was unknown how much time had passed. Lin Feng, who had been motionless for a long time, finally moved. His body gradually became illusory, but looking carefully, his body didn't become illusory. Looking at the place where Lin Feng was, he found that it was empty. Looking again, Lin Feng seemed to be sitting there again. Everything was so mysterious and unfathomable. This was the inheritance of the space god. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In that illusory space, after experiencing countless difficulties, he finally comprehended the inheritance of the space god. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. Comprehending the inheritance of the space god was really important. Ha ha ha! Now, even the space god's way of space has been comprehended by me. This is really great. Chapter 3366. Lin Feng took out the storage rings of many great emperors. Then, he began to check the treasures in these storage rings. These great emperors had a lot of good things on them. It was just that emperor-level magic treasures were rare. Now, there was a shortage of materials. These great emperor-level experts wanted to forge their own emperor-level weapons, so they needed to find the materials to forge them. But this was the most difficult, and it was not easy to obtain the emperor-level weapons left behind by the ancient people. It required an extremely heaven-defying opportunity. However, Lin Feng still obtained an emperor-level treasure, Yama Blade, Xie Duanhuan's treasure, a high-level emperor-level weapon with terrifying power. Lin Feng also found another treasure in Xie Duanhuan's storage ring. It was the god's token. Back at the trade fair, Lin Feng also coveted the god's token. But unfortunately, the god's token was exchanged by Xie Duanhuan. Who would have thought? After a while, the god's token finally fell into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng carefully observed the god's token. This token was the token to open the god's battlefield. It was extremely important. That was the last battle before the innate life forms were wiped out. Countless experts participated in it. That battle ultimately led to the end of the era when the innate life forms ruled the heavens. Because too many experts had died, countless orthodoxies had lost their inheritance. In the many great eras that followed, cultivation had always been at a low point until the appearance of the Master of Gods. Cultivation began to rise from decline to prosperity. A long time had passed. The scenes of the past might have long been buried by history, but in the gods' battlefield, there must be countless experts, magic treasures, and orthodoxies. I don't know where this god's battlefield is, but since I have the god's token, I will definitely have the chance to go there in the future. But I don't know what I can get in the god's battlefield. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was still looking forward to the trip to the god's battlefield. Lin Feng kept the god's token. He rested for a day. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. After many years of seclusion, the starry sky world was still the same. It was just that after so many years, the forces that had wanted Lin Feng were unable to find Lin Feng's whereabouts. Therefore, many forces gave up on pursuing Lin Feng. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew through the starry sky world. Lin Feng then added some spatial arrays to the Xianyuan ancient starship. Because of this, the ancient starship Xuanyuan's speed became even faster. It was like jumping through the void. His speed was so fast that people couldn't help but be shocked. And in these years, the starry sky world was extremely restless. Firstly, the Nine Mysteries' great world was becoming more and more chaotic. Many powerful forces had descended upon the 9 mysterious great world. Firstly, they wanted to snatch the resources of the 9 mysterious great world. Secondly, they wanted to snatch the supreme treasure that the 9 mysterious great worlds' Lord had obtained from the supreme divine court. However, it was said that the supreme treasure was secretly taken away by the 9 mysteries realm lords' clansmen. The clansmen of the 9 mysteries realm lord went into hiding. Currently, many forces were still searching for the 9 mysteries realm lords' clansmen, hoping to find that supreme treasure. The other thing was that the people of the Starry Sky world were in a state of panic. The other thing was related to the gluttonous god demons. Something happened in the Forbidden God world. Many cracks appeared. Many gluttonous god demons escaped from the Forbidden God world and destroyed many life planets in the Starry Sky world. Those gluttonous god demons were extremely cruel. They directly devoured the origin of cultivators to recover their strength. In these years, the cracks in the Forbidden God world seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. More and more gluttonous god demons escaped from the Forbidden God world. Every year, there would be gluttonous god demons escaping from the Forbidden God world. 5 years ago, the gluttonous god demons attacked the universe great world. The universe great world suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the universe great world eventually fell. The universe lord was a terrifying existence. He had no choice but to escape from the universe great world. Lin Feng also received some news about the Starry Sky world. In particular, the news about the gluttonous god demons shocked him. There is a peerless existence among the gluttonous god demons. It is said that their cultivation has reached great heights. They are even more powerful than the 5 ancestors of the myriad races in the past. On a planet where cultivators gathered, Lin Feng received this news. Although the 5 ancestors of the myriad races had fallen in the 9 continents, but in the past, their reputation shook the entire Starry Sky world. Even though they had been dead for so many years, many people still had a fearful expression when mentioning the 5 ancestors of the myriad races, even among the many forces in the outer realms. Experts who could reach the level of an Emperor Lord were extremely rare. No wonder the gluttonous god demons were so powerful. They actually had an Emperor-level expert overseeing them. It was indeed terrifying. The Emperor-level expert of the gluttonous god demons did not make a move. If that existence had made a move, the universe great world would have been destroyed long ago. A cultivator said. He seemed to know more about the universe great world. Why didn't he make a move? Someone asked curiously. Who knows? Maybe it's because he doesn't care. That cultivator said. The gluttonous god demons became the biggest topic in the Starry Sky world. It was a headache for countless people. Some of the major forces planned to join forces to deal with the gluttonous god demons. But obviously, it was not an easy task to deal with the gluttonous god demons. Lin Feng did not stay on this planet for too long. He soon left, but Lin Feng did not know that he was being watched. Lin Feng, you little bastard, you didn't die in the huge star cluster of the Lanzhou star. This time, you will definitely die in this star cluster. The cultivator in the dark had a sinister look in his eyes. The Forbidden God realm was a special place. It was said to be a special world parallel to the Starry Sky world. This world, it could be connected to any planet or any Starry Sky world. Now, in a certain Starry Sky world, cracking sounds could be heard. The void was cracking. I'm finally going to be free. I'm finally going to be free. An extremely excited voice could be heard from the broken space. This damned place, the Forbidden God realm, can't trap me anymore. Then, that excited voice could be heard again. From the few simple words spoken by the voice, One could tell that the voice was very powerful. The place where the broken space was connected. It turned out to be the Forbidden God realm. Crack, crack. The space was still cracking. Black gas filled the air. A powerful creature was condensed from the black gas. Now, the broken space only cracked open a few cracks. The creature trapped in it escaped. The creature was surrounded by darkness. It was unknown what kind of creature it was. Ha 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 ha. I've finally escaped from the Forbidden God realm. I've finally seen the light of day again. Chapter 33:67. This was a living being that had escaped from the Forbidden God realm. It was a devouring god fiend. The culinary god demon was shrouded in darkness. Because of this, many cultivators called the culinary god fiend an emissary of hell. The culinary god demon's cultivation was extremely terrifying, even if he had been imprisoned in the Forbidden God realm for tens of thousands of years. The culinary god demon's battle prowess was still terrifying. In the Forbidden God realm, the culinary god demons were one of the most terrifying races. Once these god-eaters escaped from the Forbidden God world, they would be able to escape from the Forbidden God world. It would quickly wreak havoc in the Starry Sky world. By constantly devouring the origin of all kinds of living beings in the Starry Sky world, he could increase his strength. And this time, it was no exception. After the culinary god demon broke free, it quickly searched for a life-bearing planet. Mysterious moon planet. On an ordinary planet with life, in the Starry Sky world. The Star Lord was an immortal emperor-level cultivator. After the culinary god demon arrived, boundless darkness covered the sky and shrouded the lunar star. When the darkness fell, mysterious moon star lord was startled. Who dares to invade lunar star? Mysterious moon star lord snorted coldly and soared into the sky. He quickly flew towards the gluttonous god demon who was hiding in the darkness. The terrifying god-eater demon looked coldly at planet Lord Xianyu. Lowly existence, you are only fit to become my food. Gastronomic god demon looked at mysterious moon planet Lord coldly. Then, endless darkness enveloped mysterious moon planet Lord. The mysterious moon star Lord, who was an immortal emperor, could only parry the attacks of the god-eating demon. They were completely unable to retaliate. Finally, the mysterious moon star Lord was killed by the culinary god demon. There were a total of 25 billion living beings on the mystic moon planet. But no one escaped. Even the ferocious beasts on the mysterious moon planet couldn't escape, and were all devoured by the god-eating demons. Mysterious moon planet. From a bustling planet of life, it had turned into a desolate planet of death. This gluttonous god demon was constantly searching for new targets in the Starry Sky world. The living beings on the various planets, they were all devoured by the culinary god demon. The culinary god demon's strength was rapidly recovering. In the Starry Sky world, the Xianyuan ancient Starry Sky ship quickly jumped through space-time. As Lin Feng's understanding of the Tao of space grew deeper and deeper, Lin Feng applied all of these insights to the Xianyuan ancient starship. Recently, he had been studying space-time arrays. Furthermore, all these space-time arrays had been set up on the Xianyuan ancient starship. Therefore, the Xianyuan ancient Starry Sky battleship's ability grew stronger and stronger. Now, he directly jumped through time and space. Every jump, he was able to instantly leap over 100 miles. At this moment, the ancient starship Xianyuan was currently leaping through the void. After one jump, the Xianyuan ancient Starry Sky ship needed to rest for a while. Only then could he continue to jump. This was similar to how a cultivator would feel fatigued after an intense battle. After using the void jump, the ancient starship Xianyuan also felt tired. I need to rest. After a good rest. After that, he would be able to perform void jumps. In the starry sky world, the culinary god demon once again devoured all the living beings on a life planet. Boom, boom, boom. The culinary god fiend's body emitted waves of violent waves that were truly shocking. Boundless darkness surrounded the culinary god demon. The starry sky world was a world of darkness to begin with. After stacking the dark energy surging out of the culinary god demon's body, it was so dark that one couldn't even see his own fingers. The culinary god demon's aura grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, the culinary god demon seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis. I want to recover. I want to recover the strength I had in the past. In the darkness, the culinary god demon couldn't help but roar. Every roar shook heaven and earth. In the darkness, a huge whirlpool was formed. The huge whirlpool, it spun violently. Every time the whirlpool spun, it could absorb essence from all directions. Absorb it. The essence was continuously devoured by the whirlpool and then poured into the culinary god demon's body. Not enough. Still not enough. Far from enough. The culinary god demon roared. The whirlpool continued to grow bigger. Bigger. Bigger still. Even some of the surrounding planets were attracted by the whirlpool. As they neared the whirlpool, bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions rang out. One planet after another, they directly exploded. After the planets exploded, they produced the purest energy. The pure energy completely poured into the culinary god demon's body. After an unknown amount of time, finally, the culinary god demon seemed to have completed his breakthrough. His aura became incomparably terrifying. It was many times more terrifying than before. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. I've finally recovered to the Imperial Emperor level. The culinary god demon stood in the void and roared excitedly. Recovering to the Imperial Emperor level was only the first step. Next, the culinary god demon believed that he would recover very quickly. Rumble! As soon as the culinary god demon's laughter faded, suddenly a loud noise shook the sky. In the void, a huge ancient starship rushed out. This ancient starship was none other than the Xianyuan ancient starship. Damn, why is it so dark outside? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Although the starry sky world was a dark world, the 6 senses of cultivators were very powerful. Therefore, it didn't affect their vision. But now, the Xianyuan ancient starship jumped out of the void. It actually appeared in the darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. No, at this moment, Lin Feng heard a terrified cry. In the next moment, the sound of a violent collision was heard. The Xianyuan ancient starship seemed to have crashed into something. Could it have hit someone? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He hurriedly ran out of the cabin. The Xianyuan ancient starship jumped through the void. Its speed was too fast. Such a fast speed. Once it charged, the resulting impact was simply unimaginable. The surroundings were dark, and Lin Feng's vision was obstructed. Therefore, he couldn't see the specific situation in front of him. The darkness is starting to disperse. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. The darkness dispersed. Lin Feng's vision finally returned to normal. The Xianyuan ancient starship had stopped. In front of the Xianyuan ancient starship, there was a large amount of blood mist. I really killed someone. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He really didn't want to kill someone. It was really an unintentional mistake. It was all because it was so dark here. Right at this moment, the Demon Lord's tone couldn't help but be shocked. What's wrong, Demon Lord? Is there something wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The demon lord said in a strange tone, "The one you killed should be a culinary god demon."